dream just to be where you are, in a world I can see where you are, though you are meant to be. Wish you're here next to me, where you Keeping me up. I stayed awake last night, 'cause I couldn't close my eyes and see you another night. I drove myself crazy thinking you'd take my wildest dreams and tear them all to the ground. So I tried to create a decoy world for you to destroy in my mind. You could stay and believe you're tearing me apart while I'm coming to life, while I'm coming to life. Couldn't keep the secret. You found my darkest demons and brought them out in the light. So I ran to all the preachers, despite having every reason to shut down and mobilize. So I prayed to the gods for one last saving grace against all odds, and I built in the sky
see things as beautiful as this.
Hello, my friends, and welcome on back to the Huntress Trials, our women's only Valorant competition. And we are set to gear ourselves up for match number 2. I am still your girl, TK Layla, and I am joined by Grace once again. We are going to be set for last minute versus unlucky. Very much looking forward to this. What about you?
Sorry about that. Sorry, everyone. My mic wasn't working for a second there. No, I was just saying that it will be a really exciting matchup. Going into this, Unlucky are a team that we did previously know a little bit about going into this tournament. They have a lot of CSGO experience in their roster, especially pro CSGO experience. So I am expecting them to be a very frag-heavy team. Last minute were a bit of a mysterious one. We didn't really know a lot about them going into this. They're kind of like the Scooby-Doo gang of the tournament, in my opinion. Again, they have played their first round already. Both of these teams have. And when we look at the data from those rounds, TK, what we find actually is that, weirdly, what I initially thought going into this tournament was quite different, because it would appear that Unlucky seem to be playing a very objective-based game. They seem to be going more for their plants and objective over those kills. So what I mean by that is when we look at the KDR of every single player on their team, it's all very, very balanced. It's all between like 0.82 to kind of 0.73. And that's like the average of kills per round. And usually if a player's kind of really showing up on a map, you want that to be at a positive. But on the flip side of that, we have 10 plants being taken down during their attacking rounds, which is very, very good going. That is a very heavy objective focused attack. Yeah, that is substantial. But But then again, when we look on the side of last minute, obviously we didn't know much about them until kind of looking at the data now from their first round. Fate had a positive KDR. They had a 1.05 KDR. So definitely a player to watch out for on their side. They did lose their last match 13-6 though. But again, Unlucky winning theirs 13-10. That was a very, very close one. And when you think of how close it was based on objective, I'm kind of thinking, what would happen if Unlucky go into this playing a more aggressive meta? You know?
Oh gosh. Oh, that could
What
get
would happen
dangerous.
if
That
they-
could get dangerous very quickly.
It could. I am curious to see what would happen if they did kind of focus its kills more. But, you know, I would say for now what they're doing is actually a good job. They're focusing objective, and as a result, they are pushing themselves to victory that way. I think maybe they want to save those more kind of ratty goblin plays for the later on in the weekend. Maybe we spoke previously with Sam about how we might see a little bit of strat saving throughout this weekend. There is a very, very lush prize to win throughout this weekend as well. So I do think that teams will be going for kind of those safer plays. And I think already if Unlucky are going into this with their experience playing objective, that's a really good sign for how this weekend's going to go for them.
You're absolutely right there. And to be fair, you never want to show your entire hand on the first round, especially when the fact that this is a round robin, so you will be playing everyone. And you know for a fact that every team will be trying to tune in when they're not doing their match, obviously. So there's going to always be that sort of like trial by error. You sort of like learn by doing in this kind of thing, but also going in with your set strategies. You know, if you've got a couple that you've worked on previously, you know exactly what you want to do. And obviously you then got your comfort picks versus the meta picks. So there's always that chance that we've seen previously before as well. Because in the fact that the last match that we came off with, we saw we saw a Brimstone, which we just don't normally see in the meta. So you never know. You just never know sometimes.
Yeah, I think different people have different ideas of how they want to approach it. Again, previously, before the first match that we saw streamed, I was hoping we would see some heavy drawless lineups. I was hoping that a lot of these women with the CSGO experience would just be going in for that very aggressive run and gun kind of push to it. But I suppose, again, I know I keep talking about Unlucky going for these more objective-based plays, but I do really like that. I like, because obviously the timer kind of shortens significantly if once you get that spike down. So you can kind of, if you storm a site quick enough, get the plant down. That's gonna shorten the amount of time the defenders have to deal with you. And if you keep, again, a lot of that utility in pocket, it can just be game over very quickly for them. So it would be quite interesting to see how that goes. And I do believe we have the map sorted now, Layla.
It looks like we do. So, as we build ourselves up for that, we will just quickly remind you of the results from previously. We know the Gals have definitely beaten Bad Bros. We know Unlucky beat Impact, Under Construction beat Last Minute, and Team W beat Valkyrie. So already we have our stats on the side, and we also know that Unlucky will be starting on defense, and we will be traveling over to Haven.
Indeed. And again, considering how objectively they played previously, it will be interesting to see how they are on defense, because their focus is going to be on preventing the plant, presumably, preventing that spike from even touching the site, any site at all. So we might see a little bit of an extended defense from them, I reckon, but we will see about that. And again, a player to really watch out for is Feint on the side of Last Minute. I really want to kind of see more about the other players as well. Obviously, this will be the first time both of these teams are getting streamed, so it's a good opportunity to kind of keep our eyes out, see what players are all about. Start to get an idea of who our star players, our fave players might be, which is always a brilliant thing during a tournament. I get very excited. I get very attached to certain players, and I'm like, hoo-hoo.
It's like it just goes from pop-off after pop-off after pop-off, and it looks like we are going to be set. So match number 2 is ready to go, and we are going to see the agents be locked in. Unlucky will be on the left as defenders. The first with Last Minute Babes starting off as attackers. And again, we are going to see a Sage locked in on the side of Last Minute Babes, and it looks like Unlucky are thinking about it as well. You feel like Arena will probably be coming in, and there is the Jet. We did think that a Jet would be making an appearance, and finally she does so.
Yeah, indeed. And you know, it's interesting we mentioned the Sage thing, because I think going into this, I wasn't really considering that not that much of a not much of Sage being picked, but Sage has been picked a lot by players, although we are seeing now, yeah, Raider has come off that Sage and onto Killjoy. There's also Ruin there on the Phoenix now. Low-key kind of prefer this lineup a little bit more. Not gonna lie. I do think that having, again, duelist heavy lineups is the way forward. I think that sometimes Sage can be a little bit too much of a safety pick with very little room for the aggressive plays that I do like to see players do. Again, attacking with only really kind of Jet as your duelist, it just feels like that's where the majority of the work's going to be coming from.
And as we start to get ourselves ready, pistol round is ahoy, and already we're going to see... now, in the previous match, we saw Classics and Ghosts pretty much across the board, but this time round, we are going to see a Frenzy make an appearance, and shock, horror, disbelief, it's on the Jet.
Again, like I say, I think they are planning here for Retribution to be doing some of the heavy lifting going into this kind of shoot. Maybe, well, there's a little bit of a tentativeness, obviously, as they're just waiting to get this underway, but I expect that we'll see her kind of race forward as soon as that barrier goes down.
And with that, match one is going to be on the round. The pistol round is set and ready to go. And we've already got an arrow immediately up. And look who immediately quickly retreats. It is the enemy, the Omen, who quickly teleports in and immediately scores with a headshot. Nicely done. Really good read. Doesn't quite get the follow-up, but that was a really good start. After the spike is going to go down on the C plant.
Yeah, amazing work getting the plant down that quickly. We're going to see a little bit of some kind of cautious shots coming out here from Ruin. They're going to try and find the heads of the players. Presumably their team is also lining up to help give a little bit more support. But oh my god, this Sage sneakily tucked in, not willing to give their positioning just yet.
Not yet. We are going to see another arrow go out, so more recon, more information, but they are going to finally drop on down, and it's just the Sage for last minute babes. Let's get another good headshot, but they're right behind them, just about gets away with it, doesn't quite get the elimination though. Now will this be enough time? I don't think it will be, and that will be the first point on the board. Yeah, oh my goodness me, it will be the first point for last minute babes.
I really love how quick they got that down there. Again, it's so interesting to see how the teams want to be playing their attacks. I think that they are very much focusing the entire lineup to one side, which I think is the way forward. You want to catch them a little bit off guard. You want to catch them a little bit with their pants down. I love it. Aggression, that's what I like. I know I've said it so many times now, but I really do love the more aggressive, direct pushes and plays.
I mean, if you like a specific tactic, of course you're always going to like seeing those kind of plays pop on up. We are going to see a bit of a solitary push again going on to C. The drone is going to be out. Immediately seeing if they can find any information. We got one onto the cubby hole, and they are going to drop as a result of that as well. And Reyna has to get the shots in, get some damage, but not the kill that they were looking for. And now quickly going back towards the corridor, but again we've got the wall and the smokes up, and again Stage gets another plan.
It's just it's such quick, so quick how quickly they're getting this down, and I do love it. Again, they don't want to be spending too much time here being tentative. The defense really has to meet that aggression halfway. Sonya's going to get that nice little pick onto Raiders. Anna immediately trades it back. Retribution trading that back further. It's a trade by trade. These girls know what they're doing. Fate getting the kill on Sigyn Anna, and Victoria finishing that off by taking down Anna. They make it look so easy.
They make it look easy, but I can assure you it's never as easy as it looks. And with that, they are 2 points up already. And again, look at the amount of shields immediately coming out. And Phoenix finally going to get some light armor on the board. But again, conserving their credits a little bit. I think we're going to see a Marshall coming out there for the Phoenix as well now. So we'll see what they decide to go. And it looks like it's going to be a full-on A push by the looks of it. There's two over there at the moment, and it looks like they're going to commit to it. And there we go. Cage is going to be up, and Phoenix is on hand and ready and waiting.
Ready waiting here, indeed, but Ruin holding this very, very aggressive stance here. Oh, but it's actually taken down by Fate, getting that first pick of this round. Really nicely done there.
Yeah, and again, all of the utility coming out. Smokes, drones, walls, the slow-mo ice as well. It's just all kicking off right here on A as another one goes down. It's a 2v4 situation here for Unlucky, and that's probably going to be another plant for sure.
Spike planted.
3 plants in a row, we love it. 3 is the magic number. Can Radar find this headshot? But no, Fate is gonna take down Lissu. So this is now a 1v4 situation for this poor Killjoy of Radar. Gets one, can they find the second? Oh, they can't! Attackers winning yet another round.
Yeah, with 3 on the board as well, they're gonna pick up and trade off what they can, and so far it's all clean sailing at the moment for Last Minute Babes, able to get the picks where they happen as well. We saw the Phoenix try to be pretty aggressive with the Marshall, but just did not work for them. They tried to use the flash to get out of there and blind everyone, but it just did not work. The second they took a step out, they immediately went down. So really good coordination again from Last Minute Babes, and it looks like we are going to see another C push coming up.
Yeah, indeed. I just want to point out as well that Gina Bina, I'm assuming that's how we pronounce it, Gina Bina is doing a majority of this kind of clutch work, trying to get a majority of those headshots as expected, but it's just not quite working out. They are trying to meet this aggression the best they can, but they can't quite get it balanced. Lissu though, oh, is going to get the first pick there for their team. Sonya and Fate trading that back immediately though.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. Like, they were able to get the kill with the frenzy, but immediately went down to our wonderful charging on ult. But it's going to be a 2v2 now between the two teams, and very quickly realized that, you know what, let's ditch C and let's see if we can just outspeed them here. And it looks like no one's going to make it to A in time, and that's exactly where they're going.
Yeah, unfortunately, making a desperate rush onto A with the spike. I think, again, trying to focus the objective where they can. I think they're aware that it's relatively clear. It's safe to start putting this spike down.
Spike planted.
Can they hold it, though? That is the question.
I mean, Cypher is pretty much the furthest away from that A, and now they're going to have to know that they'll hear them coming shortly. They're all both coming in numbers, so can they get the pick? They get one, they get two! Beautifully done by the Cypher!
Very, very well played there. A bit, again, you're at a serious disadvantage almost there. Getting the plant down still and then managing to clutch that out with a little 2k feint. Again, really showing up. You know, I said previously they were a player to really watch out for already. I know we're only 4 rounds in, but already being on 6 kills and getting a majority of that heavy clutch work under their belt. Very, very, very impressive.
Very impressive indeed, and again, look at the kill spread as well. Pretty much all sharing up the stats, and immediately gets the snipe. Doesn't quite get the shot they were looking for, but to be fair, it was very much the case of hope you hit and then immediately get out of the way of the oncoming grenade. And it is going to be Unlucky who once again go a player down. It's Killjoy who drops on their side first. We are going to see another smoke coming on out. I do think the ice came down as well there. And Reyna just going to hold on to the doors position for the time being, but it looks like everybody is making the move, but it's not going to be on B, it's going to be on A, and there's only one person waiting for them.
Waiting indeed, and waiting patiently indeed. We're going to see a lot of you get used here. Ooh, getting a little bit too spicy for Ruin there though. They're going to pull back a little bit. Feint once again going to help the team clutch out this plant. The spike is now down. Can they players hold their positioning correctly?
We will soon find out. Sage goes all the way back, goes for the shot, but again doesn't quite get it. It's Phoenix who gets the shot instead onto Omen. And Retribution has a very good angle here, can know exactly where they are, but unfortunately, that eye is going to absolutely rob them of everything. Rocket's going to come out, that'll be Cypher down for sure, and that is seriously going to put a detriment against Last Minute Babes. It is just an over.
Ooh, gets 1, she gets 2, she gets 3! But defenders have 1 ultimately.
Yeah, unfortunately, the defenders had already, but the kill's still coming out though.
That is unfortunate to, I don't know, that's just one of them. Sometimes it'd be like that, sometimes it'd be like that. Sonya is I think Sonya and Feint are doing some really nice work between the two of them, but it's interesting that Retribution perhaps isn't showing up as much in their role as they could be. I don't know if that's just because of, just getting caught slightly off guard by, the aggression that's coming through, or what that might be. Maybe a little bit more evenly matched aggression to match the rest of the team needs to come through a little bit.
Bit by bit, and I'm sure they'll make their claim eventually, but it is going to be Cypher who goes down first this time around, so Unlucky finally do get a first limb on the board there. Normally it's been last minute based, but to be fair, it's all for naught, because guess who's in with the rest? It's the Sage. So let's see if they can still get that first kill for them, or as the momentum going to swing in the opposite way. We've got Sage again just waiting on him onto the doors, but it is going to be it's going to be another drop there. It's Omen who goes down, and so too does the Nova, and this could be triple here. It is going to be a third, and suddenly the table will turn. Unlucky have a 5-2 advantage here. Make that 4-2 though.
Last player standing.
Anna, however, getting this nice little cheeky 2K to finish off that round. That is the defenders once again winning a round.
Yeah, they're slowly but surely getting back into things, having lost 4 points in a row. They finally got 2 back-to-back, and it's always good to be able to build that momentum. When you get that first point, you always try to look for that second, and a much better hold this time around, even with Sage using the res, able to shut them down pretty quickly. So very good hold there in the end, but it looks like everybody's going to have a similar kind of spread of weapons and shields now, so we'll see if Unlucky can keep this momentum going.
Definitely, I think as soon as they start to try and prevent the spike from being planted as well, that is gonna help them a lot. Carrier does get denied there, but there is an immediate trade back.
And that was very close there, both with smokes going up at the same time, but it's Jet who gets the better of the exchange, and that will be another spike planted. 3v4 situation. We are going to have the Killjoy going down as well. The wall slowly broken through, but a nice, lovely headshot. Make that 2 headshots in a row there for Lusu, who's just moving on forward, going for the prowl and the chase. Suddenly realizes they have the chance to be able to take the spike. It's a 3-1 advantage here. Sage knows they have it all to do, but I feel like the disarm is probably going to come up on the spike first, and they're probably looking for the kill. They'll at least get the Omen down and make that 2. They'll actually take 2 out of that. Yes, they do concede the point, but crucially, they robbed them of as many weapons as possible there.
Yeah, 100%. Again, Unlucky really starting to show up now, starting to kind of wake up. They've had their coffee now, it's kicking in finally. Really starting to work against the objective as well. They're getting those diffusers down, which is really, really good as well, because again, last minute babes seem to be getting that spike down pretty much every time. I think so far it's been, 6 out of 7 times they've got that spike down.
We are going to see the drone once again coming on out towards C. It's going to get shut down by Killjoy, but obviously that means that they will know that Killjoy is going to be there, and the ice is going to come out as well, so you feel like the rotation is going to come up thick and fast here. Are we going to see another quick plant? Jet at least covering the corner, gets a little bit of a shot, but doesn't get the kill, so they'll have to play this out a little bit longer, but the plant, crucially, is down for them, and now it's just a case of who wants to peek first.
Ooh, and Feint and Retribution are gonna set that off very nicely for last minute babes. Radar trading it back immediately, taking down the Jet of Retribution, but the spike is planted, really have to start making their way in towards the side.
Yeah, and into the thick of the smoke they go as well. The Phoenix is right behind them, and they will take 1, they will take 2, so that's a triple for the Killjoy. The spike is pretty much there, and they're going to go for the disarm. There they are, though. Unfortunately, they did not stop the defuse in time. They jumped at the last possible moment. What a headshot, but that's not going to do them any good. They'll at least take the weapons away, but it will be a detonation. They will be 5-3. Last minute babes finally get another point on the board. That was an interesting moment there, but unfortunately, Killjoy just stopped this armor too late and couldn't get the weapon out in time.
Yeah, a really interesting thing to note at this point is that it really doesn't really seem to matter between these two teams who's getting that opening pick or who's actually getting the plant down. It's again very focused around this. Well, it's focused around the spike more, but less to do with actually getting the plant down. It's to do with that site control specifically. It's less about the kills at this point, which is very, very interesting to me.
With that being said, it's going to be another push. It looks like towards A, the drone is going to go down, and it's once again going to be Killjoy who gets the takedown. And we're going to have an arrow coming on out as well. Nobody around the corner for them this time round. We've got everybody pretty much rotating all the way over to A at this point. The only one who hasn't done so is the Rays. They're going to come by very late into this exchange. But here comes the fights. Thick and fast. Cypher will take down the Phoenix, and that will be, once again, another successful plant for Last Minute Babes. And Omen is up on the high ground, ready and waiting.
Ready and waiting indeed. They've only got, you know, a one-man advantage here anyway. So can they hold it? Oh, Gina Bina going to take down Retribution. Immediately traded back by Sonya. However, Jen also getting a second pick onto Anna S. So looking pretty nice for Last Minute Babes right now. And there we are. Attackers winning.
Yep, another frantic round, but another clean run for Last Minute Babes. Unfortunately, everybody came in just a little too late, and, well, unlucky, we're just not in the right position to deal with that in the slightest. I like the fact that Omen went up on the high ground. Jet didn't really get any purchase with the knives, but still managed to get the better of them just in the nick of time, and it will be a 6-3 lead. A pretty close set so far, but you feel like Last Minute Babes, you know, despite the fact they conceded a couple points back to back after their initial push, they're definitely starting to get back on the upper mountain here.
100%, and I'm, you know, slowly starting to realise this space just felt a little bit different. And ooh, nice little trade to start that off as a bit getting Kill and Ruin immediately trading that back.
Yeah, now it's going to be the case of just waiting, biding their time. Gets the Sage, didn't see them coming. Unfortunately, could not quite get the follow-up. And it was going to be a 3v1 advantage in either case for Unlucky, and Nova knows they are on their own and nothing they could do from that position. And just like that, point taken to Unlucky.
That was a really beautiful round by the defenders there, to be fair. But you know, it's getting very, very close to the halfway point, and a really interesting thing kind of here is again how much Unlucky appeared to have played the objective when it came to their attacking round. So I'm really interested to see how this is going to go when the sides flip over, considering, you know, we're at 6-4. That's not bad going for either side right now.
No, it really isn't. And also, we know full well that with the half coming up soon, we got another hour bounce lodged right on into the door. We got a smoke behind there as well. And Nova again going to send out the drone and bide their time, get as much information as they can. Everyone's pretty much scattered here, but everyone's just kind of waiting to poke through on B. And it looks like it's going to be a very, very slow push going on here. But I think everybody realizes the B push is coming, and they're all congregated around there. So we'll see what they can do. Jet boasts in, but unfortunately doesn't take the high ground and immediately falls down. And that is not going to go well for them. Rockets go out as well. So already a player advantage for Unlucky.
Ooh, Gina Bina getting that nice pick onto Sonya, and yeah, once again making this in the favour of Unlucky. But no, Victoria's not having anything to say about that. Absolutely going to pop off, put this into a 4v2 situation.
Sage just got a double kill with essentially one bullet there. That was unbelievable. And also gets the res in the process. Last minute Babes have turned that on its head. They have a 3-2 advantage. Sage has the spike. Now where are they going? I think the answer is going to be A, and no one is even close to that. The Omen's probably going to be the closest, but they absolutely will not get there in time.
I mean, Plaid's going down. Spike's going to get planted once again. I am curious to see how this is going to go down.
Yep, smoke
again. I think they really have the
Omen.
advantage too of having.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, unfortunate for them. They completely just got blindsided
Last
in the
round
corner
in the
that they were
half.
not looking at. And Last Minute Babes really do take that right away from them. And this is going to be the last point before the half. So spend your money now. You're not going to get another chance at it.
One might say that last minute babes are very good at getting the objective last minute. I don't even know if that can be classed as a pun at this point, Layla. I'm sorry.
Not
this isn't
really.
even a pun. This is a terrible. I'm not even gonna try. I need to accept that I am not a punny person.
Don't worry, you'll get there eventually. I know you will. And with our last point before the split happening, we are going to see one go down on the side of Unlucky. So 5v4, everybody piling on in down the corridor for C, and Killjoy just having to wait it out and hope the rest of the team gets it. But unfortunately, location reveal thanks to the Nova. They will at least get not one but two there. Jet and Sage both going down, but they're getting purchased as well. And now it's just the Omen left. So it's Omen versus Omen and Reyna.
Indeed,
And
indeed. And if this
is
Omen,
clever.
that is very clever. Spike is going down yet again. You know, 1v2, you've got the spike down.
They will cover.
And let's see how this plays out. Well, they lost one, they lost two! Beautifully held by Omen. Went up onto the high ground. Reyna came out, did not look up in time, gets the first pick. And unfortunately, right behind them, they could not get the flick that they needed to take the Omen down. So, once again, a very good clutch round for last minute babes. They took the Omen, used the ult, went to the other side, but they absolutely weren't ready for it. And yeah, very good round indeed.
Good round indeed, but you know, now Unlucky are going onto the attack, and this, as I previously said, is where they have their power. They are so objective focused. Can they get, you know, double digits of plants down yet again like they did in round one? Only time can tell.
Yeah, absolutely right. And we are going to see another frenzy coming out by the looks of it, but this frenzy is going to be on the Cypher this time round. I don't think Jet has got a frenzy of their own. I think it's mostly the classics and the ghosts again. So again, just the one frenzy coming out this time round, and it's nice to see the Cypher going to be utilizing it this time round. And we are just going to have a slightly longer phase here as everybody just slowly ready to sell the strats talked up. Obviously, Last Minute Babes had a very good round as the attackers, but as you say, we know how heavy objective focus Unlucky were in their previous set, so this could still be a very, very close matchup here.
Yeah, 100%. But you know, they've kind of got half the, well, it's like a half split here on the first you know, first lot of 12. So I don't know, never say never. I feel like Unlucky can pull this back. I have absolute faith. I think they're a very balanced team, and again, being objective focused as a team when you are on your attack does put you in an advantageous spot. At the same time, we're probably going to see a lot of aggression coming through from Last Minute Babes again, which an aggressive defense is very, very difficult to deal with. It's also pointing out the fact that, you know, they've got so much intel utility on their side that when you are defending, I think that is when intel can be so convenient. You can know where, ideally, where they're going to be aiming for, probably before they do.
And immediately gets the focus. Cypher knows exactly where everybody is pushing. The heavy A push is absolutely coming on our second pistol round, and grenade will be going out almost immediately. But Last Minute Babes have backed on up and just waiting for them to all come through. The spike is going to start to be planted, and that is when Last Minute Babes are going to hopefully strike as they foil on in. Cypher is immediately going to unload with the frenzy, gets a couple bits of damage, but not an elimination. It's going to be Jet who goes down first on the side of the base, but they are slowly making the numbers count. But just like that, everybody went down in the blink of an eye, and it's Phoenix and Reyna versus the Nova, who's the only one left. But now it's just them. They have the healing capabilities of the fire, but it's not going to help them. And that will be a disarm. What a turn, what a round for Last Minute Babes.
Clutch.
Really interesting to point out from that first attacking round, and I don't know if we're going to see the same thing every single time, but when Last Minute Babes on the attack, they were getting the kills in, then the spike was going down. Unlucky then, no kills, and the plant went down. Very, very interesting way of getting it. Again, so objective focused. They're not thinking we need to get those kills. They're thinking we need to get the spike down. That is how we will win the round. You know, really nice clutch there coming through from the defense, being able to win that 1v2 and then getting the defuse off as well, though. Again, just showing how good last minute babes are being aggressive and doing those retakes.
Yeah, and it's going to be another A push coming up for Unlucky. Jet is already waiting for them to come on through, and there they are. Unfortunately, they didn't get any pushes on it whatsoever. Quickly dashes away and immediately pops not one but two smokes up in the process. Tried to slow this down as possible, but the eye is going to come out from Reyna as well, and unfortunately cannot get back into cover in time. The fire does enough damage to take them out of contention, but Cypher up on the top gets another nice little poke, keeps this at a 3-3, make that 3-2 advantage now for last minute babes. Sage and Cypher have been hurt badly, but crucially they have the numbers.
Last minute babes, yeah, winning that defensive round. I mean, it's really interesting that the last two rounds so far, Unlucky have actually been getting the opening picks, but so far, I mean, it's too early to tell, actually. It's too early to tell. It's way too early to tell how that's going to impact them. But, you know, they really need to start getting these rounds in. You know, last minute babes edging closer and closer to victory. So I think this aggressive objective push is going to come through even stronger now from Unlucky.
Yeah, it kind of has to. You really don't want to get last minute babes to just keep on rolling on through with wins like these. And it is going to be a B push by the looks of it, but they have left the spike behind, so nobody's really holding onto it. And last minute babes are going to be the first casualties this time around. It's Jet who goes down, and we are going to see the wall now also coming up. And Jen just going to hop on back just a little bit. Has the smokes once again deployed. So currently it's a 5-4 for Unlucky. But nobody has really popped with the spike yet, so they're just biding their time here at the moment, and they are now finally starting to make a move, and it looks like it will be B.
Oh, a sneaky little spike taken by Bruin's gonna take down that drone. They really have to be careful now, because their positioning could potentially be revealed to the entirety of last minute babes.
The Sage is waiting. The Sage knows that they are very much there, and you can see another fire coming on out. I think Sage is just tucked enough into the corner to be rid of it. So are we going to see a cheeky little punish coming up here? We are going to see the plant coming on out. But what will be the answer be? Sage is actually going to get caught by the Phoenix. So Unlucky definitely got the better of the exchange there. 4-3. The plant is down, but it is now 3 versus 2 now. It's the Nova and the Cypher left up. And there goes the Raze. So that is now a 2v2. And we've seen the Cypher pull off some great plays so far in this matchup. Another Killjoy down, but it's just them left. And they surely will expect this. And they do. It's finally going to take that momentum away.
Yes, indeed. Unlucky getting another attack in the bag. Again, I love how objective focused they are. I know I'm probably going to start sounding like a parrot at this point, but I do think it's really interesting, again, because a majority of this team, they have come from, you know, CS experience. So I always think it's really interesting kind of telling where people have come from since Valorant kind of was released as well. And also you see that translated into positioning a lot of the time too, which I always find quite funny. CS players are some of the most aggressive Valorant players, in my opinion. And I don't even think that was my opinion. I think a lot of people would agree with that also. I think a lot of other players seem to be a bit more passive.
Well, nothing particularly passive about this play. I mean, Phoenix is very much biding their time, but they are slowly but surely wanting to go for this aggressive play. But it looks like they're going to just camp there for the time being, as the ult did come out from Nova, but didn't really get any proper purchase on it. But Unlucky are going to lose not 1, but 2 players already. And Sage is ready and waiting for this. You just feel like this is going to be a very quick shot. Yep.
Yeah, again, just so much aggression coming from last minute babes. I really think this is where their forte are, and again, having that intel to back that aggression is so important. You don't want to be needlessly aggressive without any of that intel utility being used. They're using everything perfectly. Vadar getting that pick
30 seconds.
onto the Omen.
One
Omen
enemy
though.
remaining. Last player
Oh
standing.
my goodness me, and unlucky if somehow managed to turn this around, and I don't think the Cypher realizes that they are... oh, they don't, and they do! Somehow Cypher does drop down, and they'll get a spike after the fact as well, because why the heck not? An unlucky somehow gets away with that round.
Yeah, Unlucky clawing their ways back where they can. Again, very coordinated team. This is something I want to point out too. This team seems to be so coordinated and play so well together. Yes, they are 4 rounds behind currently, but I have faith. I have massive faith. At the same time, will Sonya and Feint shut this down earlier than predicted? Again, these intel-heavy agents are just absolutely dominating for the defenders right now.
It's going to be another push towards A, by the looks of it. We quickly realized that they were coming, and Cypher has to quickly get the heck out of there. So too does the Jet, as they all quickly retreat back. They absolutely know the A push is coming. We're gonna have another bot going out, but nothing really purchased on that one. Just bouncing between the walls. That's the not quite what you wanted to use that bot for.
You're dead.
That's how I feel. You can see this all good up the killjoy, yep. But yeah, as we say, bouncing around, having a good time. Rockets coming through. Spike is getting planted. Oh, is it? Yes, it is. There we are.
Yeah, Spike down. And I thought there might have been an exchange to go in the midst of all of that. And the trade is going to come out, but unfortunately it is going to go against Last Minute Babes. It's the Nova and the Cypher that are left. Not the Nova, Omen and Cypher. My bad. I don't know why I said Nova there. That was an odd call. But yeah, and unfortunately now it is just the Omen. So they will get 1 pick, but they will not get the second from there. 3 survive on Unlucky side, and they are slowly turning the tides here. 7-10 is the score.
Literally incredible scenes. I'm honestly so hyped right now. Again, just want to point out though on the side of Last Minute Babes, Feint is currently at a 1.11 KDR. You really want to be going and seeing these players with those positive KDRs and just being like, oh my god, they are absolutely popping off. But Unlucky pulling it back slowly but surely, as I kind of expected them to do. Again, objective-based teams, they're able to play the long game. They're able to have the patience. They're able to be so cool, calm, and collected. I'm sure the comms are probably a lot of frantic yelling as well, but it just comes across so cool, calm, and collected to me.
And yep, I like the fact that Nova immediately just drops out the drone, realizing that the arrow did not get any kind of purchase, but gets a headshot with the Marshall. Beautifully done. Really good call there, and gets an arrow off. Hopefully that one will get it up there as well. The shot comes out as well, but the eye from Reyna will come up as well. So C is definitely going to be the hot point. Jet has popped ult as well, so they've got the knives out and ready to go. Not going to get any purchase with it though, so has to quickly swap on back to their trusty shotgun. It is 4-5 here. Last Minute Babes have everybody on their side, but it looks like a rotation is happening. It looks like Unlucky are going towards A.
Yep, it really does. It looks like they're going for that. See, again, they seem to go for this last-minute dart towards a few times now, and it's really interesting. But there is a lurking Omen ready and waiting for them, so we're about to see an absolute standoff go down, I think, Layla.
They do indeed. Another smoke as well, but Omen does not get the better purchase of that at all. And the Sage goes down too. Here comes the Rocket. Gets another one as well. So suddenly that's quickly turned into Unlucky's favor, and surely that will be a Spike plant. And yep, Spike is indeed down. So Nova fires off with their arrow. It's a 4-2. It's once again the Nova and the Cypher. And Cypher just waiting for one to peek, and unfortunately can't get the kill either. And Unlucky are indeed bringing this back.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are in for such a ride right now. Unlucky have crawled their way back. They are only 2 rounds behind Last Minute Babes right now. I am so excited for how this is gonna go. It is incredible so far. Again, I was expecting this, and they are delivering so much right now. Can they push back a further 2 rounds?
You never know. Stranger things have happened, and you never write anything out. We are going to see a slight extension on the face here, so clearly, definitely a little bit of a little bit of extra talking happening now, a bit of extra coordination that Last Minute Babes need. They've been on a fair bit of a roll as of late. Every single time they get a bit of momentum going, Unlucky have finally, slowly but surely, managed this gap and brought it back into their favor. So what do Last Minute Babes need to be looking at here if they want to try and actually seal this off?
I mean, I think we just saw the scoreboard flash up a second ago, and I believe one of the players is actually on 25 kills right now, which translates again as a 1.38 KDR, which is just insane. These players are absolutely going for it, and it's good. Yeah, there we are to see it. Gina Bina with the 1.38 KDR, 25 kills across 18 rounds so far. That is insane.
Goodness me, that is unbelievable, and everybody pretty much get into double digits as well, with the exception of the bomb player of each team. Which, to be fair, it's not their role. To be fair, as the match is now going to resume. 8-10 is currently the scoreline in the favor of Last Minute Babes, as the push towards B is slowly but surely happening. And what is going to be the call here? We're going to see another smoke coming out up. Let's see if Omen can get any purchase from it this time around. But the Omen also getting the jump as well on the opposing side. But they get the headshot. Crucially, that was exactly what they needed. The eye goes down as well. So we'll see if Last Minute Babes can convert this. But unfortunately, are using their ability whilst Phoenix flanked around.
Standing ahead.
Yes, indeed. Intel utility going out, and again, I think that. Oh no, it's too late. Radar is going to take down Sonya very quickly, but the spike is going to start going down, and it is indeed planted as well. They are just so good at getting that site control and getting that plant down.
But Sage is going to slowly bring it back themselves as well. Yeah. They don't have the res though, so they're going to have to do this on their own. And unfortunately, again, going for the ability when they were hiding behind the box. It's you hate to see those kind of things happen. But yeah, when your weapon is down and your ability is out, you are sitting duck, essentially. And it's just the Cypher. We don't know where the Cypher is. In fact, the Cypher is all the way back at spawn. I don't think they're doing anything with this. So that is pretty much going to be that. That will be a point on the board for Unlucky.
Yeah, that's very much Last Minute Babes taking a little bit of a tactical timeout. You know, they're getting their feelings out and kind of addressing, okay, how are we going to stop this? We can see that they are really pushing and getting that objective sorted. They're getting that objective in their pocket. Also, just want to point out, Radar absolutely popping off a majority of times and they're getting the plant down just now with a serious amount of kills for that round. It is insane. Again, pulling it back in favor of Unlucky. It's incredible. I love to see it.
Yep, that's what I mean. It's never over until it's over. Even if you do have that 4 point, that's such a pretty high lead, anything can and will still happen. And look at this, it's been a 5-win streak now for Unlucky, the highest that either team has managed this game at the very least. So yeah, one more point, they tie themselves level. And again, look at what Last Minute Babes are coming on out with. There's a fair amount of switching around happening, but it looks like it is going to be a nice spread of rifles for them. And for Unlucky, it looks like it's going to be A or B. And again, very much scattered on the sides of the Last Minute Babes, but you kind of have to do this with a map like this.
Yeah, indeed, and it looks like they are going to go... Well, I was going to say, it looked like for a second then they might have been considering a direct kind of A push, but it looks like they're maybe still thinking about it a little bit. Again, though, Last Minute Babes have so much intel utility in their pocket, they should be able to suss out very quickly where the rush is going to come from and, start making their way there immediately. So I'm really curious to see how this is going to go, especially as Unlucky are one round away from evening this out and, really giving Last Minute Babes a run for their money.
Yeah, I was going to say, you see that Sonya and Feint both with 19 kills respectively, but again, it's that scary number of 26 that Gina Bina has on their side. So everybody definitely having their fair share of pop-offs, but it is slowly but surely going to Unlucky's favor as we go into a very crucial round that could see Unlucky tie this match up. Or Last Minute Babes finally put a stop to this streak. We are going to see the ult coming out from Nova. They're going to get a couple of hits. And by the looks of it, they finally do tag one, but they don't crucially get any kills, so they'll have to go and gather more information, so the area will come out. And yep, they know exactly where Raze, at the very least, is, and definitely taking a lot of damage this race. So if they can at least take them out, they may be able to push on the rest of them. But they still haven't really fully decided which way they want to go. They're thinking about the A push, but they haven't really probably committed yet.
No, indeed, you know, less than a minute on the clock now, so they really have to start making their decision. And it looks like their decision has actually been made. They appear to be creeping their way towards the A side, where currently there's a bit of, you know, Jet Sage action. But again, can they use a lot of this cover utility to get that spike down yet again?
And the answer is yes, because unfortunately Jet just did not Jet just didn't turn around at all, but Sage is going to get a couple of kills of their own, so they'll at least bring the numbers down a little bit. But yeah, Jet was just completely off guard. They had no idea where that was. And now it is going to be 3 versus 2. The spike is down. And it looks like everybody's a bit confused, but Cypher does at least take 1. So 2 versus 2 situation here now. What will be the decision here?
Very little they can do now. You know, a lot of utility coming out. Victoria's gonna get absolutely slaughtered there by Raiden, though. It's now all left down to Fate, and unfortunately there's nothing that she can do about it. Radar is yet again gonna take another player down, and that is unlucky, balancing this out completely. Blimey. Okay, I felt like this was going to happen on their attack, so look at this. Absolutely steamrolling through 6 attacking wins in a row. It's insane. They are so good at attacking. They are so insanely good at attacking. And I think going forward in this tournament, again, if we see them holding out and really holding their own on their defenses, as soon as it gets to attack, that is when it should get scary for the defenders that have to go against them, you know, throughout the rest of the weekend. And I think a team to watch out for when it comes to their attack. It's just insane. Absolutely insane.
Yeah, they've been doing absolutely well so far to bring this back, and a heavy C push with completely uncontested. Nobody was even there for it. So that is going to be pretty much a free plan for you, Jim, and everybody else is now going to have to start playing catch-up. Blinds coming out, fires are coming out, the turret is also up too, but it is going to be the Killjoy on Unlucky side that will go down first, so maybe still something that they can get out of this, and in fact they win off 2 exchanges here. So it's a 4v3, but the headshot crucially will turn that back. It's an Unlucky's favor, and that's just like that in a 2v1, and that will give them the point, and crucially, the lead.
The lead indeed. Wow. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you all see what we have been talking about now. What an incredible attacking play there coming through from Unlucky. Absolutely catching the defenders off guard, going straight for that C rush. Wow, brilliant. Love to see it.
Absolutely do, and Gina is just 1 kill away from getting past the 30 mark. Fate with 22, so again, the kills are coming out on both sides of things, but crucially it's Unlucky who are just steamrolling on in. At this point, 11-10, they have the lead, and immediately you're going to see another quick location scout taken out of contention. Jet just ready and waiting on the corridor for A, but it definitely looks like everybody's coming in thick and fast. The bot is unfortunately going to detonate. They couldn't stop it in time, so at least they get a trade out of that. And now here comes the rocket launcher. Big time damage on the horizon. It should fire on out, but they're waiting, they're biding the time. They'll fire it now, but they won't get the kill. But crucially, they have the plant and a 4-3 advantage.
Yet again, the plant going down, you know, the man count in their favor. A lot of utility being burnt out now by last minute waves, but oof, we're going to see Victoria fall to Gina Bina, but it's immediately traded back out by Sonya. But, you know, Sonya and the Omen have to really start to work their utility to try and get these picks, because I don't think Unlucky are going to bother peeking this at all. I think they're going to take them more fast. Yes, they are. Oh, Lissu is going to get the kill onto Sonya there. Jen's going to trade it out into Lissu, and Renu is... Right, I can't even talk right now. I'm so excited. Rowan is going to finish that off. The attackers are winning. Unlucky, pulling themselves ahead. They just have to win one more round, Layla.
This is absolutely incredible. To think that they were down going into this and having lost the first two points in this half as well, and now they've just gone a complete and utter roll here. Look at this. It's an 8-win streak in this game. They just need to make it 9, and this will be theirs. And it's a hard C push coming right on in. They're coming in thick and fast. Smoke is up. Phoenix isn't going to bother with it. The eye comes out, but Feint crucially does get the first kill, but can they follow up with the rest of it? They can. They get 2. Double for Feint, and the rest of the group are now there and ready to play. Drone is coming out. We've got Killjoy just tucking on in between the boxes, should be able to get the spike down, and they do. And they are going to plant a couple of little traps here and there, but Cypher crucially coming in, gets themselves a triple before finally getting taken down. It's a 3-2 advantage for last minute babes.
Your duty is not over.
Yes, indeed. Feint being Fres, but immediately taken down by Gina Bina. Again, Gina Bina, a very, very, very strong player for the side of Unlucky. Victoria getting to the 2 down, however, as the last kill again. Oh wait, no!
How
No way!
clutch? How clutch was that? Sage got the disarm literally a second before being taken down. Raze just went just a little too late. How about that? Last minute babes with the last second clutch. It's 12-11. We could still yet go into overtime.
That was insane. Like, I literally cannot, like, I am shocked. Like, that was, again, such an, like, beyond, like, literally by 0.1 second or something. Like, what? I can't believe how close this is getting.
It's still
And again,
match
this
point
should really-
crucially for Unlucky. Another elimination coming on down. It's going to be last minute babes who goes down first. So they already have the first casualty, and slowly but surely the A push is coming for Unlucky. And well, we'll see what last minute babes decide to do. Sage is going to actually wait on here, see if they can get a pick or at least force the initiative. But unfortunately, use the knife. That'll immediately give their position away because again, they've got somebody already there on B.
I just honestly, it really looks like it's in Unlucky's favor right now. You know, there's an ult now that's gone down. The spike yet again has been planted. Unlucky, very, very close to winning this. Can last minute babes, you know, you've got the 2 players there for last minute babes who have absolutely clutched things out yet and yet again. Very strong players, very capable players. Can they do it though? It is a 2v4. They have a serious disadvantage in terms of players.
They seriously do, but they're not going to give up anytime soon. They are not going to win out that exchange, so now it's a 3v2. Cypher is up, and so is Nova. They'll at least get behind a little bit, but they're the only ones left, and they are going to finally go down. A valiant effort, an amazing match from start to finish, but Unlucky managed to take it 13 points to 11. My goodness me, that match had it all.
Had it all indeed, like genuinely. I'm just trying to work out some of these KDRs right now because that is absolutely insane. Wow. Okay, so again, players like Feint from the side of last minute babes, absolutely insane. I don't even know how to articulate how insane some of those players are. Again, obviously, yes, they did lose, but blimey, again, going into this, I was like, Feint's definitely one to watch out for, but it's not just Feint. Like, these players are so good. That was such a close match. And again, Unlucky, Gina Bina and 1.58 KDR. That is insane. That is like inhuman levels of good skill. And even with having that skill, it's the fact, again, they are such an objective-based team and it's amazing. And that is what has helped them push themselves back. Like, what a reverse sweep that we just saw. That was insane. Honestly, I'm so hyped for that.
That was unbelievable. It's been a while since I've had a Valorant match go something like that. It was unbelievable. It kind of sucks to see that last minute are going to be 0-2 in the standings, because with a match like that, you wouldn't think it, because my goodness me, like, they got up to 10. Like, they got to double digits first, and you thought they might actually be able to take this, but what a streak that Unlucky went on to. But again, credit where credit's due. Last minute had some spectacular plays. That last second disarm clutch from the Sage was just, oh my goodness me. What more can you say from both teams? It's just a massive round of applause to them.
100%. And again, the two intel heavy utility agents that we see on the side of Last Minute Babes, they are the ones that got a majority of the kills. So it's almost like they know their utility inside out. They know how to use that intel. They know how to get those kills. It was so good. I just think unlucky when it comes to their attack. They're just unstoppable because they are so objective focused. They'll get the plant down. There were rounds where they didn't even get kills. They just got the plant down and waited for the defenders to come to them and then sent Gina on a rampage. It was insane. Really well played by them. Again, you can see the CS experience and how that's translating across into Valorant. It's so, objective based. Get the plant down, get the kills in. It's chef's kiss.
What more can you say other than that? And with that, we are done with match number 2, and we will be getting ourselves ready for match number 3. So Unlucky will be back on stream in just a moment for that. They will take on Bab Bros, who we obviously saw in match number 1 against La Girls. So match number 3 will be coming up here on the Huntress Trials. We will be back in just a moment. Do not go anywhere, my friends. This has been exciting already.
Now let me see you go off like a bomb.
Come closer. I need you to hear me now. I'm a cold whisper that you can't figure out. It's written on my face. You'll notice that I'm just as afraid. These scars I can't erase, so I need you to know it's who I am. Who I am. It's who I am. Who I am. Who I am. One billion reasons in the stars, imprisoned deep within my heart. It's written on my face that I'm just as afraid. These scars I can't erase, so I need you to know it's who I am. It's who I am. It's who I am. It's who It's who I am. Who I am. It's who I am. Who I am. It's who I am.
Here I am again, floating through the silence in my cold skin. My body is wearing thin, My fears tell me I'll never win. My body is wearing thin. And there's darkness here. The whole world I feel. In my room I seem to drown. But I won't let them take me down. I won't let them take me down. I won't let them take me down, down, down. Here I am again, floating through the silence in my cold skin. My body is wearing thin, and there's darkness here. The whole world I feel. In my room I seem to drown. But I won't let them take me down. I won't let them take me down. I won't let them take me down, down, down. I won't let them take me down. I won't let them take me down. Go on, myself. I'm cold, steel stainless. My glass half full. Always said, don't suffer no fools. Serpent, daydream. I bite, you call me lovely. Got a sweet tooth. Gonna get the sugar from you. When they say I'm a machine gun, I take it as a compliment. Honey, you should know I can be a weapon. I can be a weapon. Come cold blood, selfish. You words are painless. I like when I drive and feel so dangerous. They say I'm a red flag, 'cause they want it so bad. You should know I'm holding on to what I have. When they say I'm a machine gun, I take it as a compliment. Honey, you should know I can be a weapon. I can be a weapon.
Been trying to find my way, but I still won't stop my devotion. Trying to find the motivation. Been trying to find my way, 'cause I wanna change my situation. So I'm trying to find the motivation. Up to the sky, if you feel the vibe, you can't deny the energy inside. I wanna feel something to give me that belief. When it drops on the beat, it's happening every time. Up to the sky, if you feel the vibe, you can't deny the energy inside. I wanna feel something to give me that belief. When it drops on the beat, it's giving me the motivation. Motivation, 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 giving me the motivation. Cups to the motivation, cups to the motivation, giving me the motivation, motivation. To the morning. Swear that the vibe got me up all evening. I'll be on the vibe till I'm in bed yawning. 'Cause ain't nothing else gonna give me that feeling. Nah. Cups to
to the sky for trying to live life. It's about time we're taking it up high. You ain't got a vex, put the stress to the side. When it drops on the beat, it's happening every time. Cup to the sky for trying to live life. It's about
Welcome back, my friends, to the Huntress Trials, hosted over here at British Esports and also run in partnership with. Oh gosh, sorry, it's been one of those days, and I've lost RixGG. Thank you. Goodness me. After that match, I feel like I'm still recovering from that absolute thriller that we had between Last Minute and Unlucky, both of which came out beautifully with an 11-13 match that had it all. And now, as we recover from that, match number 3 is coming on up between Unlucky and Bab Bros. And bearing in mind that we saw Unlucky in fine fashion towards the latter end of that one, Sam and Grace, it's just, what in the world can we expect from Unlucky coming into match 3?
Shall I start that off?
Yeah,
I'll start that off.
Considering the fact that you were with us on that one.
At the risk of sounding like a massive Unlucky stan right now, I am so fond of this team in this tournament right now. Like, oh my days. Again, on paper right now, Unlucky, obviously, very, very strong attack game, very objective focused attack. They, repeatedly double digits of their plants on their attacks, dominating their attacks. Then when we look at Bad Bros, their previous match they had just now in the second round, they had about a 0.5 plant ratio for their attacks, which when you compare it to Unlucky, depending on who starts an attack is going to really factor who is going to take this, in my opinion. Again, if Bad Bros start this map on attack, I think they can try and get in as many as they possibly can, as many spike plants as they possibly can. If Unlucky start an attack, it's a little bit dangerous, in my opinion. It's going to get a little bit spicy. So, but speaking of spicy, I do think there are players in Bad Bros who definitely have the experience to go up against a team like Unlucky. And I've just been speaking to Sam and Layla beforehand about the experience side when it comes to Unlucky. A really interesting thing about the game that we just previously saw on stream was the fact that you've got this very heavy ex-pro CS kind of used to CS kind of player base, bar Gina Bina, who obviously ended the last match on a 1.58 KDR, which is just mind-blowingly insane. Gina Bina has no comp experience. This is the first tournament that Gina Bina has played in, and to actually come into your first tournament and be performing at that level, like, definitely 100% a player to be watching out for. And at the risk of sounding maybe a little bit biased towards them, I'm going to be really putting my money on Unlucky taking this, to be honest. I'm going to bluntly outright say it.
And I feel like, Sam, you might be
bias thing, though. Yeah, no, I think that's less of a bias thing and more of a trend thing. Because let's face it, if we think about the very first game that we saw Bad Bros in, where they played against Legals, their biggest issue, something that I noted on, was just how hesitant they had been. And they were kind of all over the place, and not even all over the map, because they tended to kind of move together a lot. It felt like their planning wasn't quite where it needed to be. And even on the defense, they would spread out, they would have good map control, but they would get spooked very easily and start to rotate a little bit too early on. So there's definitely a little bit of that kind of inexperience in Valorant specifically. You come over with all of the CS stuff potentially, and there's a lot of that carries over, but when you're playing Valorant specifically and you have all of this utility that you have to think about, it does make it that little bit more difficult to kind of adapt, especially if you've maybe just made the swap recently. So these ladies definitely need to focus up on that hesitation. Whereas if you look at Unlucky, they were performing out of their minds. Their defense was not as solid. It felt like they were, and in this particular instance, they were the ones that were a little bit all over the place, not really focusing up too well on where they were going to hold the sites. They would lose a member fairly early on, and then instead of pulling back and waiting to go for the recontest or the post plant rather, they would kind of just rush in and try and get kills and try and stop the plant from going through, and that kind of impatience really worked against them. But on their attack, they were super coordinated, and that's where that aggression that you were talking about a little bit earlier really started to shine for them. And that sweep from like, I don't know, 10 to 3 or something ridiculous, and they just turned it around and brought it home. It was a fantastic, fantastic attack round. So I think that this is going to be a very difficult matchup for Bad Bros. You know, I had quite a bit of faith in them in the original, in that first matchup that we saw. But having seen them play against Legals and having seen Unlucky play against goodness, what was the team? Yes, last minute. And just seeing them play against these ladies as well, you get a good feel, a good idea of their play styles. And in this particular matchup, I think Unlucky have it in the bag.
Well, we will soon find out, because it looks like both of our teams are ready to go. And Sam, you'll be happy because guess what? They've picked Icebox. So this ought to be a very fun match indeed. Sam and Grace will be your casters for match 3. Take it away, my wonderful friends. Good luck.
Oh boy.
Oh boy, indeed. I know. I was going to say this is a bit of a cool matchup, but again, that's just me making a horrible attempt at punny humor.
We've all been doing that the whole day, and it's been awful, but it's been great. So our first map here, our map in this matchup is going to be Icebox. And I love this map, and I'm a little bit disappointed. I'm waiting to see what Anna, she's hovering over the Reyna. I was kind of expecting at least one of these teams to attempt the Sky. Of course, we're going to be seeing Obrink back on the Brimstone. She did some fantastic work with that earlier on today. Huna back on the Killjoy as well. In fact, this is the same composition, I believe, that we saw in our very first match of the day. It can work exceptionally well. Even the Killjoy here on Icebox, you can get a ton of information from that Sentinel play. The Raze, I think, gets a little bit less utility on Icebox, but still a very powerful agent to have in your arsenal. Just waiting to see what Unlucky are going to lock in. At the moment, Gina Bina, of course, on that Raze, she did phenomenal work on that agent a little bit earlier on. And yep, Ruin probably going to be back on that Phoenix, so it looks like we've got the same compositions that we saw earlier on. Less map dependent, I think, Grace.
Yeah, 100%. Again, a thing that I mentioned earlier was that my slight kind of hesitance towards players actually bringing Sage to the table. I do prefer seeing these very heavy duelist lineups, and again, seeing the fact that Unlucky have brought a relatively similar composition again makes me very excited for how they're going to go about doing this. Obviously, they are defending first, and as we've said, they do have a slight bit of a I wouldn't say a worse, well, it is worse, but look like a terrible, terrible defense. They do manage to get the rounds in, and again, if it's going to be potentially another rerun of what we've seen in the previous rounds, where they try and get in as many rounds in on defense, and then they just come and reverse sweep on their attack. And I am curious to see how Bad Bros, will adapt to this, because I'm pretty sure, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe, that is the exact same lineup that they brought when we've previously seen them. They haven't adapted to the map. They haven't adapted to who they are going up against. So I don't know how this is going to go.
Bad Bros with the exact same lineup that we saw a little bit earlier on. The only change really from Unlucky is Lisu now on the Sage instead of the Omen, which is interesting because it means that there's no smokes for Unlucky. And on Icebox, that's difficult. With the sheer amount of verticality that this map has, you would think that you would want to have a little bit to make some cover. But the engage is already happening. That's a fantastic headshot there from Anna S. 6 years of competitive CS just by the way under her belt. Lisa's going to get taken out from the lower ground, but the numbers are still in favor of Unlucky here.
Player standing.
Again, not really focusing too much on the objective for now, just focusing on the kills. And poor Sophie, last one standing, and Ruin's going to quickly clean that one up. That was a devastating round for Bad Bros.
Yeah, very, very quick. Again, I think maybe Unlucky is starting to realize, okay, we can be aggressive on our defenses now. Again, that immediate rush to get the spike down on their attack. The way that would translate onto defense is know where the attackers are coming from, everyone pile up there, click head, get it over with, and that's what we've just seen.
Pistol rounds tend to be just kind of running and hope for the best. Sometimes you get a lot of tactical information or tactical play out of pistol rounds, but a lot of it, because it's an eco round essentially, is just really getting in there, getting the round over with so that you can get some money on the board and buy some actual guns. And speaking of money, you gotta buy this utility, and a lot of it is just being tossed out there. Lucio is gonna get the opening frag here for Unlucky, and that is a fantastic start. Vita will follow that up as well, and Unlucky, they are just steamrolling through here. Now it's just Huna, last lady left alive. Not gonna be able to clean out anything there.
You know, it's too early to say, ooh, this is getting a bit yikesy, so I'm not going to say it's getting a bit yikesy, but I think this is where Bad Bros need to be like, okay, we are against a team that are just so on it with us right now. But maybe we should start sprinkling a little bit of this utility we're bringing about to our advantage. Again, if you look at the utility they're bringing, they haven't got a heavy duelist lineup like Unlucky have. They do have a little bit more flexibility there, so I would like to see them use that to their advantage where they can. But it always feels like Unlucky know where they're going to come from at this point. Look at this. Everyone's just going to be stampeding towards A. There's people, there's utility waiting for them. Don't know how this is going to go, to be honest.
It's an interesting round though, because yes, Bad Bros are funneling into A site, but they've come in with kind of janky buys here. Having bought on the previous round, they've come in with subpar guns, whereas Unlucky, having won the last two rounds, have managed to full buy, so they definitely have the gun advantage, and Ruin is going to use that to her advantage. Going to get two beautiful kills there. Lisu cleans up, gets the last one, and that was more or less what I expected given the guns that they had coming into that round. But looking at Bad Bros' economy right now, it's not a great place to be in, and you can see, oh, looks like we're going for a Sheriff round here. Sheriffs can be absolutely devastating and slightly lighter on the pocket.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, I think at this point they really want to be saving as much as they can, potentially to come in all guns blazing, so to speak, the next round. Again, it's just a little bit uncomfortable because we are slowly starting to creep towards that 4-round mark, and that is when you really want to be getting a little bit more kills.
You fought well.
Oh! Lisu, this is the most disgusting Sage Wall I've ever seen. That is amazing. Using that for some fantastic cover as the heads peek up along the side, managing to get two fantastic dinks there. And despite the fact that she goes down in the interim, it allows the rest of her team to come up around the side and clean up the last few players from Bad Bros. That wall, that was dirty.
A little bit spicy, a little bit of a chef's kiss moment, and again, there are many chef's kiss moments when it comes to Unlucky. An interesting thing to point out, obviously it is still early days, but again, a lot of these opening kills are relatively balanced so far. I don't think that again is impacting the way these rounds are going. I just think that Bad Bros haven't quite adapted to the aggression that comes from Unlucky right now.
Bearing in mind, of course, the previous round was an anti-eco, and so Bad Bros are coming into this guns blazing. This is going to be the first rifle-to-rifle round, and this is where it becomes important. Just like that, Sophie's going to be able to get the first pick-off of the round. This is pivotal for Bad Bros. You said we got to that four-round mark, and it's a really, really important one. It's a good trade there from Lisu. And now Bad Bros potentially want to play this a little bit more carefully. You want to get onto site, but the spike is down in mid, and that is terrible because not having that available means that you're kind of just running in and you don't have too much of a plan.
Yeah, and that idea of a kind of almost a lack of plan is what we've seen them struggle with in the previous matches as well. I think they really need someone to kind of step up and be a bit more assertive with the IGL situation maybe. I'm not sure who the IGL is of Bad Bros, but I think they need a dedicated person that's going to be like, we're specifically doing this at the start of the round.
Obrink continues to be a shining star for her team. She manages to get a
Spike
3K
planted.
in this round and pick up the spike and get the plant. Now in a 2v1 here, Rowan is the last person alive on her team. And I'm curious to see if she's going to actually go for some extra frags. She's running, she's not walking, so they're going to know exactly where she's coming from, but she realizes she can't waste any time if she wants to try and get something done. But again, when you're elephanting in, Huna's going to hear you and she's going to take you down.
Yeah, and I think it's good that Bad Bros managed to get, you know, a win on under their belt. Again, I realistically think if you're Bad Bros, you want to be getting as many attacking rounds in the bag as you possibly can right now, because defending against Unlucky is going to be challenging, it's going to be draining, and I think a lot of the mental game is going to start coming into play at that switch over for sure.
Oh, and Anna S has an operator in her hand. This is going to be deadly. Of course, it is the defense operator. Let's see where she's going to be holed up for this one. She's going to be looking down that B long site towards the attacking spawn. So that's going to make things very difficult to move on to B site. But it seems they may have either predicted this or just decided B wasn't the place to go. So they're going to have Sophie kind of lurking towards mid, but they're going to make their way towards the A site. Straight into Gina's showstopper. Finally, that orbital strike that I spoke about in the first game comes through. Actually manages to take down Gina Bina. It's a back and forth here as Sophie returns fire with a showstopper of her own, but doesn't manage to get anything. Makes a little bit of space here as Raiders peeking around the side. Gets the kill, but the spike is going
Spike
down.
planted.
The 3v2 here. The S takes down one more player. Gets some value out of the operator. The swings are good. The trades go back and forth as it is a 1v1 situation, but no ruin from around the side will take down the last person standing, take down the lockdown, and get the defuse.
Do you think it's good that they tried to focus the objective then instead of trying to get a little bit aggressive again? Unfortunately, it didn't quite work out for them. Really unfortunate again for the side of Bad Bros. I do really feel for them. It's a very uncomfortable defense for them right now.
And again, they're kind of saving up here because they realize they need to have funds available. And I like this. A lot of teams tend to go for this. We're just going to keep buying. Every buy's a buy, or every round's a buy round. And it just doesn't work like that. We're going full sheriffs here with one stinger to try and make something happen in this round. It's a good approach. But of course, they're still coming up against the operator. So guys, this is an eco round for Bad Bros. Don't expect too much. Okay, Sophie, that was almost a kill.
I mean, never say never. Again, they're Anna kind of creeping around with the op, as we said. It's again something you really don't want to have to be dealing with. Seems to be a little bit of a menace. This is a shot there, though.
Oh, they're those smokes I spoke about a little bit earlier on. Bad Bros have them, Unlucky do not, and that's going to do a lot to shut down this operator's sightline. Hopefully give Bad Bros the time that they need to plant the spike. Spike will start going down here, and it's just going to wait for the smokes to clear. Take some shots through the smoke, hopefully get a hit, but nothing avails from it. Gina, however, is going to continue being the absolute menace that she has been, getting straight onto site, taking on the first kill. And this is a great look from Unlucky, though, because they pulled back, waited for the opportunity, and now they rush onto site as a team. But as mentioned, it was an anti-eco. They had a massive gun advantage, and Bad Bros just wanted to get that round out of the way, so that now, as we come into the next round, Grace, they're going to be able to buy some guns.
Yes, indeed. Money, money, money in a rich man's world, or rich woman's world, I suppose. But yeah, this is going to allow them a lot more versatility with the weapons and armor and abilities they want to bring to the table. I do want to kind of hype up a bit, as obviously they are kind of, 1-6 down right now, but the use of smoke against Anna on that op the last round was really nice. So I do want to see, again, this kind of utility use being brought out to their advantage when they know that these longer angles are being held.
Bad Bros kind of making the same mistakes that we saw from them earlier on today, where they all just kind of funnel down the same area, trying to make something happen. Lisu, no, you just slowed yourself! That was so unfortunate. Throws the second one just in case someone tries to rush up towards her. Gonna take some shots down through that tunnel, and it's gonna be a nice little trade-off there. But again, Unlucky have such good map control at the moment, with Bad Bros having two players now moving up towards mid, straight into Unlucky's crosshairs. Bad Bros have managed to take down quite a few players, and that's going to hurt Unlucky's economy a little bit, but not massively when they have such a huge win streak behind them, with Lolly, the last lady, standing here. Nowhere near the spike either. Probably going to be trying to save this weapon. A little eco res coming through there, just to save some credits in the next round. I like it.
Yeah, I do think while Lolly's kind of on a little bit of a casual walk here, she can either go for these. Oh, well, there she is. She's going to take down Anna Air. I was going to say maybe use the time for a bit of a tactical timeout, but no, she's going to go for those kills. She's hungry for it. I like to see it. I love it. But yeah, unfortunately, that is unlucky getting another round in their bag. And again, talking about the point before about how Bad Bros, when they're kind of pushing towards these sites and they're going together, they are just lining up. And I do think that's why these opening kills are going to Unlucky so many times. And it's really increasing the probability of Unlucky just taking those rounds in.
Bad Bros choosing to force buy here, which is a very interesting choice to make. If they lose this round, sure, they've got the loss streak extra credits, but it doesn't help massively. So this is definitely going to be putting them in a difficult situation in terms of their economy coming into the next round. And now Unlucky, I believe I saw Ruin had the operator this time around, or at the very least she bought it. I didn't get to see if she handed it off. Okay, she must have handed it off, as we saw the run it back come through, which gets tons of information. She can relay that back to the rest of her team. They know exactly where Bad Bros are coming through from. The lockdown is going to come through as well to try and create a little bit of space. Bad Bros looking quite low here in HP, as they're going to back straight out of sight. They cannot afford to push in yet. No! Obring hiding in the corner, hoping no one would see her, but unfortunately Ruin does get the jump on her. Oh no, Anna just holding down this site with that operator. Last lady standing, gonna get the kill there. 3k from Anna in this tiny little courtyard. Tried to make the rotation towards the B site, but just did not make it in time.
Yeah, Anna's a little bit scary on the off, I'm not gonna lie. Like, it's getting... I'm a little bit like, ooh, Anna, okay. I see you.
Hola. Hola.
And here we go. This is the fruits of that force buy. No guns really available here. Bad Bros being forced to go into that janky buy once again. 2 Sheriffs, a Stinger, and some classics. Definitely not ideal. And Unlucky, with 8 points on the board here and all the guns they could possibly wish for. They are becoming the trust fund babies that I enjoy talking about so often. They have so... Oh no, Lolly! The Lear just did not connect. However, they've taken the operator off the board. The shot from Huey with the Sheriff is absolutely massive. Now, Ruin will trade it out. In fact, she gets 2 kills off the back. Oh, never mind. 4 kills for Ruin. That is such a good round for Unlucky. They're going to be able to pick up the operator again. An anti-eco. Bad Bros managed to take down 1, but that was all they were really able to do. Now that they can buy... it's getting to be such a dire situation. I mentioned this in the first game, but when you're getting to the point where you're dangerously close to last round in the half, you want to have at least 4 points. And Bad Bros with only 1 point available, the next 2 rounds are pivotal for them. They need to win these.
Yeah, 100%. It's you know, we all know at this point how much Unlucky are gonna just absolutely dominate this attack, and it's looking very, very scary for the side of Bad Bros. I really hope they don't end up in like a 13-1. I want them to get a few more rounds under their belt. But Ruin on a 1.5 KDR right now is really not gonna let anything happen anytime soon.
Showstopper's gonna come out. Oh my goodness, Obrink does not manage to take out Gina mid-Showstopper, and Gina will get 2 amazing kills there. And Lolly tries to follow that up, but unfortunately the swing is just too good from Raider. This was a really important round for Bad Bros to win, particularly because now we're in the last round in the half, and they spent everything in the previous round. That means that coming into this round, they've got basically nothing to work with. If they win this round, I will be massively impressed, particularly because both Ruin and Anna seem to be rocking operators this time around. Unlucky, leaving nothing to chance here. They're going to hold every conceivable angle. They do not want to give up that 2nd point to Bad Bros.
I just think they want to finish with this for a really impressive, round difference. I think they want to be really setting their path in this tournament and being like, this is what we're about. Though Bad Bros actually getting the opening pick of this round, though.
It's quite massive for Bad Bros. Managing to take down one. Oh, Lisu will return the trade, though. He's throwing out the orbital strike there just to clear out the left-hand side. Now the showstopper is going to be the follow-up as well. Sophie manages to get the kill onto Ruin, but the trade is good from Gina. And the trades continue. It is a 3-2 situation here for Bad Bros. Obrig manages to get the 2K, and that means that there are 3-1. I counted them out coming into this round, but oh man, did they prove me wrong. Lisu, last one standing here. The race comes through for Bad Bros as well, making that a solid 4-1. No, Lisu cannot clutch that one out, and Bad Bros will get themselves the second point on the board.
Switching sides.
You know, you said you'd be really impressed if they managed to win that, and they did. You know, Ruin and Anna on the ops, and they still managed to go against those two and just get the plant down and have the man advantage, clutch it out. Brilliant work there. But the thing is, again, it's swapping over now, Sam. I feel a little bit frightened for Bad Bros. I really think we're going to see a quick rush and plant coming through from Unlucky, and I wanted to see how Bad Bros potentially adapt to that. I don't know if they've had much of a chance to kind of suss out what Unlucky are about in terms of how they approach these sites and how they approach these games, but if they don't know, I think they're in for a big shock now.
This is going to be a very, very important round here because, like you said, you know, Unlucky come through with that massive aggression. Bad Bros have really struggled to find good coordination on their defenses. But with Icebox, you know, being able to transition between the 2 points fairly easily, it might give them a better opportunity to make something happen here. And yes, they will manage to get 2 fantastic picks here on this defense. They have the woman advantage with only one lady down. Maybe the 4-3 here. Now they're going to back out a little bit and wait. And I love this. This is the patience we didn't see from them on that first map. They're waiting to see what's going to happen. They're going to leave Obrink on A. She's going to be on site there, making sure nothing crazy is happening over there. On the other side, we've got 2 in mid, 1 all the way on B, looking for some information. Sophie manages to take down Lisu. The spike goes down. She's going to throw out the paint shells and call the rotation from the rest of the team. Manages to get the second kill. Doesn't even need the paint shells. And she's going to solo hold this B site. Anna will be able to take her down, though. But in a 1v3 situation, will it be enough? Can she clutch this one out? The Leah goes out, but she doesn't notice that Lisu is just on her left. And the beautiful crossfire between Lisu and Yuna means that, unfortunately, that's going to be a round on the board. Well, unfortunately for Unlucky, that's going to be another round on the board for Bad Bros.
And that's completely opposite to what I thought may have happened. So I'm really stoked to see that Bad Bros really holding their own in their first defensive round. Again, maybe Unlucky are just kind of testing the waters for now, seeing, okay, how do we play this? Do we play it how we usually do, or do we kind of go for, you know, something a little bit different? And I'd say that they perhaps push that a little bit faster than they usually do. Obviously, they do have a very aggressive push, but I'd say that was, again, a lot more quicker, if that's the correct grammar to use, a lot quicker than they normally do. So perhaps that was slightly to their detriment. Perhaps a little bit more utility use needs to come down first. Oh!
See ya.
Oh, wow.
Bad Bros is
Obrink doing some fantastic work
right
here.
now.
Enemy remaining.
And this is some impressive work from Obrink. And she's been solid with this Bulldog. And that's something you don't see terribly often. Managing to get some nice kills there. Even managing to get a wallbang. And just cleaning it up. This is a really solid defense. This is what we've been wanting to see from Bad Bros. Now, they had some interesting buys on the previous round. Which means that this round, again, you know, you've got the Guardian, the Bulldog, and like some Stingers. It's not ideal, or rather some Spectres. And on the other side, you got full rifles. So this is going to be a very difficult round for Bad Bros to clutch out, but we've seen them do it. We saw it on that last round in the half. They can do it, even with these weird guns. Nobrink still has that Bulldog in her hand. Sophie's going to get the first pick off with the Guardian of all things, and that's a massive opener here for Bad Bros.
Yeah, indeed, that's 3 rounds in a row. Bad Bros have managed to get that opening pick, and so far it's ultimately brought the win for their defensive. So this could again be another win. They are slightly at a disadvantage now, though, because it's 4v3 in the favor of Unlucky. But Gina Bina is also going to keep adding to that by taking down Obrink, as Ruin also takes down Sophie. It's now a 1v3 situation. Lolly managing to pick off one of them.
And as the last lady standing, the swing is so good there from those last 2 Unlucky players, Lisu and Sophie, as they swing out there. it started out good. But again, the gun disadvantage, yes, sometimes you can make that work. We saw it earlier on, but sometimes you're at the gun disadvantage. You can't outgun whoever it is that's on the other side. Now, however, they are actually able to buy up a little bit. They are going to have one bulldog, but they need to win this round. And oh my lord, Ulbrich with the operator. We saw that a little bit earlier on today. Oh no, she sold, debated! Okay, never mind, it's a phantom, whatever. Oh my earth. Straight from down left field. Unlucky have managed to make their way onto site. Spike will go down. And it's down to that 3v3 situation. Almost mirror comps. It's just the Phoenix and the Sage difference. And of course the Sage means that there will be some heals available for Bad Bros, which could be pivotal. But they need to remember they're coming up against 2 duelists. That's a lot of firepower to have to deal with. Check those corners, ladies. Yuna will get the very first pick off here in this 3v3 situation. Just checking every single angle, checking to see if anybody's hiding out in those tunnels. We're gonna see, DD Girl manages to get that kill off onto Ruin, and that's great news for Bad Bros as it's now into that 3v1 situation. Raider's the last one standing for Unlucky. Gonna try to make something happen there, but it's gonna be to no avail, and the spike will surely be defused.
Out of charges. And defused it is. That is, once again, Bad Bros getting another defensive win in the bag. I really can't believe how much they're holding their own, considering we were going into this with, like, you know, this knowledge, again, based on paper and based on the actual analysis, that in terms of the numbers and, you know, how it is on paper, Unlucky should be winning these rounds. They shouldn't be losing any of these attacking rounds. So I think that Bad Bros are doing a really, really incredible job here at holding their own against a team like Unlucky.
They've managed to full buy for another round. Still have that Guardian, however. But we've seen how well Sophie does with it, so not too concerned about that, at least for the time being. Now, Unlucky, what I saw from them earlier today, their amazing defaults where they had some great lurkers and they would split up and try and divide and conquer. We're not really seeing that here. And of course, Icebox doesn't really lend itself too much to that. So we're going to be seeing them kind of funneling through onto the A site here. The lockdown is going to come through to try and make some space as the showstopper comes out. And my game freezes. Oh, there we go, we're back. Showstopper did actually manage to get a kill as the plant is going to start to come through. Yes, Spike will go down. So Yuna up here in this little high ground area up on Catwalk. She does get a lot of value out of being up here. Doesn't realize that there's a Reyna right below her as Sophie makes her way out onto Catwalk looking for someone to take down. Manages to get the headshot as DD gets another headshot from below. Down to that 3v2 situation. Guns are blazing left and right. Oh, there's a showstopper gets doesn't actually get taken down mid-showstopper. She actually manages to get the kill onto Raider. That's massive as the trades continue to go back and forth. Somehow, Lisu with the Sheriff will get the last kill of the round. Of all things, she must have been mid-reload or something and had to swap to her pistol and manages to get the last kill of the round. And that's going to bring Unlucky to a 12-5 scoreline.
Which, you know, it's kind of... I would normally be like, oh no, Unlucky are only one round away from winning, but I think hats off to Bad Bros because they've really held their own against this attack. You know, they've only won, Unlucky have only won 2 of their attacks, which is vastly different compared to what was actually predicted of them. I think Bad Bros can still hold in for dear life if they play their cards right now. We do see this rush towards the B side. A very limited amount of agents kind of holding that. We're going to see Sophie take down Gina Bean, but Raiders immediately going to trade that back. So, you know, a little bit of a 4v4 situation going on now. It's very intense and close here.
Careful now.
Good information came out of that run it back as they realized that the entirety of Unlucky were chilling on the B site. And now you can see the rotation has already come through towards the A. And this is great because they baited out the lockdown as well. So they're just going to mosey on over to A side, knowing that that ultimate is no longer available. Killjoy is going to stay over on B side just in case. Going to be watching that area. But the rest of Unlucky, nah. They've just swung full towards A side. Need to be careful because Obrik is just around the corner here. We've seen how deadly she can be. Orbital Strike's going to come down, clears out the right-hand side, but doesn't manage to clip anyone. It is enough, however, to kind of ferret them out of hiding. We'll see a few kills come through there, down to that 2v2 situation. Lisu does have the
30
spike.
seconds left.
She knows that Obrink is up there. Doesn't know where the Killjoy is. Still kind of on the lurk towards the side. Killjoy has made herself known as the spike will start to go down. Lisu manages to just kind of dodge out as she is in a duel with Obrink up on the high ground. But now Obrink has figured out where Anna is. Now she has to make the decision. Who does she go for? Goes for Lisu, not able to stop the plant. And it doesn't matter because Anna will take down Obrink. And that's going to be another round in the bag for Unlucky.
And that's the map going to Unlucky. You know, insane plays from them. I feel like they are just... Again, well, I was going to say, again, they are just dominating their way to victory. But in actual fact, I think they were a lot more rocky than they normally are when it came to those attacks. Obviously, their defense really came through there, which was just like, oh, okay, that's not what we've seen so far, but I'm here for it. I'm liking it. I'm like what you're doing. I stand. Again, Bad Bros really coming through with their defensive side. Again, I was so worried when it flipped over, thinking, oh my goodness, they're going against the Goliath that is Unlucky right now, especially Unlucky's attacks, which is just this gigantic Cthulhu monster essentially that will just come in, get the spike down, destroy everything. But yeah, no, they really held their own against it, and I really think hats off to them because I think that's actually the strongest so far that we've seen Bad Bros play, actually.
Yeah, they clearly just needed a little bit of time to warm up. The defense was looking a lot more solid than what we'd seen earlier today. Even their attack, while it wasn't quite where we would want it to be, it was looking so much better. I will also say that I think you kind of get to a point after 2 to 3 matches where you start to get a bit tired. You know, the fatigue sets in and the ladies kind of have to keep it together, particularly Bad Bros. We didn't actually mention this on stream, but they replayed their first match because our bad.
Yeah.
We didn't have the stream delay. So for the sake of competitive integrity, we had them replay their first match. So they've played an extra match that they weren't necessarily supposed to play. So these ladies must be really tired, and they've put up a massive, massive fight here. Not a terrible scoreline considering how strong Unlucky have been. But of course, this is a round robin, so this isn't like a single elim bracket or something. They're not out. Means they're still going to have to play a few more teams throughout the rest of this kind of qualifier of the Huntress Trials. There's too many TR sounds. And hopefully they can make their way into the main event. But they've been performing really well. And if they can continue on that trajectory, then hopefully we'll get to see more of them.
100%. I genuinely couldn't have put it better myself. Again, you know, we've got one more match coming up for today's games, and then obviously the next matches will be tomorrow. So that gives players time for a little bit of rest, a little bit of, okay, but here's what we did on day 1. How can we change things on day 2? What teams do we actually need to look out for? Maybe this is, again, where teams where perhaps there is not a assertive enough IGL, or teams that are a bit tentative, will help via attacking and defending. Perhaps they'll start to think, okay, someone's going to have to really aggressively shot. It's going to have to be like, if they say jump, we'll say how high. That's the simplest way that you can try and go for these assertive takes that, again, we've seen Unlucky do time and time again. I have no doubt they've got a strong IGL situation going on there. So I am excited to see, obviously, how this last, match 4 is going to go, and then obviously how tomorrow is going to pan out.
Well, that's going to be it for me for today. The next game is going to be brought to you by Grace, and of course the lovely Layla. She'll be back on desk for that. So we're going to take a quick break as we wait for our teams to prep for Game 4. But everybody, don't go anywhere. This has been a fantastic day of Valorant, and it's not over just yet. We'll see you in a bit.
if you want it, yeah. Too close to the edge, we're gonna crash and burn. You think that by now we probably should've learned we're no good together, honestly we know. So hold me close, we're going sideways. Get the bored with anybody else, we're used to feeling faded. Can't even tell if it's the alcohol or we're a little jaded. But come on, maybe a taste is all we need just for a minute. Just for a minute, yeah. We burn out like the sun, but you know it can be fun. When all is said and done, I know you won't be the one. We get so bored with anybody else, we're used to feeling faded, yeah. Too close to the edge, we're gonna crash and burn. You think that by now we probably should've learned we're no good together, honestly we know. So hold me close, we're going sideways. Hold me close, we're going sideways.
my feet off the ground, let gravity take me up. As beautiful as it's been, it's time for me to go. I wanna sail away, I wanna feel the weightlessness of my soul. I've gotta go all the way to eternity. I will run all the way to see you. I've gotta go all the way through time and space if I'm ever to see you. And I'll go. Lift my feet off the ground, let gravity take me up. As beautiful as it's been, it's time for me to go. I wanna sail away, I wanna feel the weightlessness of my soul. I've gotta go all the way to eternity. I will run all the way to see you. I've gotta go all the way through time and space if I'm ever to see you. And I'll go. And I'll go.
Let me think for a second now. Catch my breath. Yeah, I gotta slow down. Cause when you're near, everything that I planned just goes away. We said that we were gonna take it slow, move carefully, and give it time to grow. We said that we were gonna wait, but I just want it right now. I just want it right now. I just want it right now. Can we talk for a second now? Communicate before we break down. Cause recently, so much been standing in the way. And we've been caught up in the flow. Don't you think that we should know where we're going and if we're doing it right? We said that we were gonna take it slow, move carefully, and give it time to grow. We said that we were gonna wait, but I just want it right now. I just want it right now. I just want it right now.
Welcome back, my friends, to the Huntress Trials here at the British Esports Association, kindly provided with a prize pool from RixGG. It has been an amazing day so far, and I am once again joined by Sam and Grace as we prepare ourselves for the final match of today. It will be Team W to take on underscore impact underscore. Oh my goodness me. After everything that we've been going through, we now find ourselves in a position where we have a team who have won 2 and lost 1 to go up against a team of Impact who haven't won yet. And going into this, Sam, what in the world would you be looking at if you are a team like Impact who are still yet to get a win on the board?
That's a really tough situation to be in for any team, especially this late in the game. You've been playing for 3 hours ish. You're tired. Morale's a little bit low because you haven't been able to win a game yet. Best of ones are absolutely brutal. And the thing to remember is to try to just pick yourselves up. And I know that sounds like super forehead, right? Like, just be okay, forehead. But you've got to keep that mental going. And that's where a strong IGL is so important. You got to have that person that's always there saying, come on, girls, we've got this. We can get it together. We can rally this. We can, we can do this. You got to have that person that's cheering you on and telling you what to do, giving you direction, saying, all right, this is the play we're going to run. I believe in us. We've got this. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to see any tape on these two teams. It's the first time that we're getting to see them. So can't give too much insight into what they need to do. All I can really say is that the mental game plays such a massive role. And I will say that after watching the previous game, Babros versus Unlucky, the change we saw in Babros from the first game to the third game and how much they seemed to improve over the course of 3 games was really, really amazing. Unlucky were the better team at the time. They managed to win out the entire match, but we were all really impressed with how much Babros had managed to improve. So even when you've been playing for a long time, even when maybe your morale's a little bit low, we know that Babros had lost at least 1 game. We saw that in the first game of the day. Even when you're feeling a little bit down and out, you can still rally, you can still improve. So hopefully that's what Impact are going to bring to the table here in this next match.
I mean, you absolutely certainly hope so. And as for Team W, they've only lost the 1 match today so far, and that was against Legals, who, again, we also saw in match number 1, but still having a good, solid other 2 matches as well to take them to 2-1. So they're definitely going to be wanting to chase for that top 3 spot. Obviously, if you get in the top 3, you are guaranteed to be in with the prize pool. So for you, Grace, what will you be looking out for Team W?
I mean, an interesting thing to point out of Team W, that yeah, they may have only got like 1 win under their belt, but one of their games was so insanely close. So I do think that there's a lot of potential there. I unfortunately don't really have a lot of data about the background or experience of those players. But what I do know is that they're going against Team Impact, who I think there's someone with some CS experience, but then it's very Overwatch heavy. So I think they're more focused on how they're using their utility and you know, how they're cutting off rotates, how they're getting some kills, doing some slows, things like that. I think they're more focused around that over the objective. And it would be interesting to see if they did start playing it a little bit more CSE, where they're like, you know what, we are going to kind of focus Spike a bit more, with the knowledge of how important utility can be to players like us. So I know they have gone 0-3, but I think if they can kind of be like, okay, well, what do we have under our belt as an advantage? What they have under their belt as an advantage is their utility use. Let's get creative with it. Let's completely make some kind of next level plan about how we're going to use every single piece of utility we're coming to the table. Perhaps, you know, using economy towards the more utility side over that fragger side. Perhaps not relying too much on trying to save up for those powerful weapons. Perhaps focusing more on, okay, yeah, we know we're good when it comes to utility dumping and things like that. So maybe we do focus ecom over there a little bit more. I know it's a little bit spicy to say, but I do think that's potentially the best thing for them at this point. I think that, you know, okay, yes, you have gone 0-3, get creative at this point, try something different then and see how that gets you.
Yeah, we definitely mentioned it in the early goings of the tournament, where sometimes it's worth throwing a curveball and bringing in a character who isn't particularly meta just to see that creativity at work, and it's always good to see that. We are going to get match 4 underway with you soon. We're just waiting on confirmation for when everything is kicking on off. But in the meantime, we can look back at some of the previous matches as well, and obviously, you know, a couple of the teams that are definitely going to be vying for that win, vying for the £1,000 win. Team name under construction, which, to be fair, we haven't seen much of at all on this stream. We haven't seen them anytime at all, so we'll probably see them tomorrow. And obviously, Unlucky, who we have seen in 2 matches, and obviously we still... I mean, obviously, you know, we all seem to have our own respective broken records, and, you know, with Siege and with aggressive plays. But yeah, I don't think I'm not going to stop mentioning that second match anytime soon, because I still feel like after all of that, and to hear that Last Minute Babes have gone 0-3 after all of that, like, having seen the match too, you kind of like look at that and go, they don't deserve to be 0-3.
Yeah.
So really, what do you do at this point? Because it's just like, do you look at the top 2 teams, like, how are you going to beat them? And especially for Last Minute Babes, it's like you're taking away so much information, so much experience, but to lose all 3 matches, it's gotta hurt, Sam.
Absolutely. And especially considering there are only 8 teams in the tournament, which means that you're playing 7 rounds. So if you're already 0-3, your chances of getting a top 3 placement are slim to nothing. It's a very, very sad place to be in for some of these teams. And of course, you want to at least give it your all, right? You want to get that map differential as well. You know, we're looking at the girls they're in 3rd place, having only played 2 matches. This is crazy. They're one of 2 teams that haven't played 3 matches yet, and they're still in 3rd place because they have a map differential of 26-4. They have lost 4 rounds in 2 games. They've just been performing exceptionally well. And if they can continue along that streak, then they're easily going to cement themselves one of those top 3 slots. For one of the lower placed teams at the moment, it's more about getting a lot of rounds on the board, a lot of wins on the board. You want to lose as few rounds as possible so that you can get the win to start to climb up, but have that differential be as low as possible so that you have a chance to climb up. Now, it is not an easy ask, and these ladies are going to be fighting tooth and nail to try and make that one happen. And I think particularly these 2 teams that we're about to see now, Impact and Team W. Impact, who are so low down on the board at the moment, unfortunately, I don't know if they're going to be able to climb through this one. But Team W, who are currently sitting around the 4th place mark, they're in with a chance. At a 2-1 scoreline, if they can bring that to the 3-1, if they can keep their round losses as low as possible, get that map differential where it needs to be, then they're still in with a fighting chance. So this is a very, very important important match for Team W.
Yeah, we're going to get those map bans up in just a moment as well. I think we're just currently waiting on the second team to enter the lobby. So again, we'll bring you the updates when they happen. And obviously we'll have that on the way with you as soon as possible. But Grace, throughout the day, we've seen some pretty amazing picks. But which characters have you, we generally see in the meta. I mean, we have seen the Jet here and there, but I feel like you're still kind of reeling the fact that we're seeing so many Sages today.
Yeah, again, I know I'm biased towards preferring a duelist meta just because of my own personal background within games and esports. I play a game that's known to be very aggressive, so I like aggressive play. So I just think, why bring a Sage when you can bring another duelist? Yeah, I prefer the kind of 3 duelists, 2 sentinels, maybe. Maybe even swapping in a Sova if you want it. I think we've seen that in previous games as well. I think realistically, in terms of the agents that teams have brought today, I don't think that is the first thing for the teams to be looking at in terms of how they're going to approach tomorrow, because obviously after this game, we're at the halfway mark. I think with these teams, they need to be like, okay, if we really want to win this, we need to sit down tonight and we need to do some proper analysis of everyone we're going to go up against tomorrow. Conveniently with Valorant, a lot of data is within those score sheets you can get of solid data analysis from the score sheets. You can get a good idea of how people are playing, what their strengths are they better on attack or defense. And again, it's then looking at your own lineup and being like, what are our strengths? How can we make sure that we do win against this team? Even if it seems like there's a 1 in a million chance of us winning, how can we make it just that 1% higher? Because that 1% can sometimes be all that matters. Sometimes you just need a little extra change and you can completely spin everything on its head. And as a commentator, I love things like that. I love being like, oh my god, someone's actually just pulling this out the bag. The reverse sweep we saw earlier today was just phenomenal. And the way that the previous match, there was a big hold on for dear life coming through for the team that went up against Unlucky. They really held their own in their defensive rounds against a team who are very good with attack. And I think it's little things like that. As soon as teams and players start to suss out the opposition, that is when they benefit from it. So I think tonight there needs to be a lot of, well, I would say, like, don't burn the midnight oil, of course, get your sleep, but do have a good sit down and kind of think amongst yourselves, like, how can we ensure the possibility of us winning tomorrow and getting that prize money? Like, girls gotta eat,
Yeah, that we do. And I am just going to quickly go backwards a little bit, just bring up to the fact that you mentioned the fact that we definitely saw some holds from those reverse sweeps. I mean, obviously we saw how dominant Unlucky have, but both Last Minute and Bad Bros both coming in clutch with a couple of points. I mean, especially when you have like that massive train of momentum that Unlucky had, and then to get the last second stop that Last Minute got with the Sage spike clutch. And then we saw Bad Bros have a similar thing as well towards the end of their sets, where they were actually slowly learning. I mean, it seemed like too little too late, but that was the they're learning as these things are going on in. So it's incredible to see how every team are slowly but surely developing their game styles. And obviously, you know, it can be a little too late, especially when you're like 11-2 down or something like that. But that's the key thing, as you mentioned. They've got that much experience to then tide themselves over for the next day and go, okay, yes, we've learned from this. Now we develop where we are going forward. We are going to have to quickly send off for a break, and it does mean that we are going to now actually say goodbye to Sam, this time for realsies. I know you signed off at the end of the previous one, but unfortunately you have to leave us now. But it has been great having you here. I hope you've enjoyed yourself, and hopefully we'll see you again tomorrow. Thank you. Exactly. So yeah, thank you very much, Sam. And with that, we will take another quick break. When we return, match 4 versus Team W versus Impact. Do not go away, my friends.
B-side. Heard about me, it's all lies. If you want, go change your mind, yeah. Don't want to intimidate, but more than just conversate. Don't want it to be too late, yeah. Know that I'm not usually your type. Darling, there's no need to be shy. See the curiosity in your eyes. Come a little closer, babe. I don't bite. You've been getting on my good side, and it's something that I can't hide, yeah. When I'm with you, I'm tongue-tied. I know you're not that dramatic, but I'm out of you, I'm an addict. I can't get enough, and I know that I'm not usually your type. Darling, there's no need to be shy. See the curiosity in your eyes. Come a little closer, babe. I don't bite.
took a second chance, trusted you again. I feel shattered. Broken strings, cause you play me like a violin. Shame on me for all your 7 deadly sins. Had it all, but you craved attention. Drowning in your own reflection. Put me down just to see me get back up again. 6 feet under and you're ready to give all the pain. If I was your new addition, you make me part of your equation. Shattered from the past, wish you were my last. Shatter me to pieces like broken glass.
Welcome back, my friends. Apologies for the delay, but I think we finally have things set up and ready for match number 4 of the Huntress Trials for today. I am still your girl, TK Layla, and I am still joined by the amazing Grace. Thank you once again for joining me. We are about to have Team W take on Impact in our last match of the day, and I am incredibly excited for it. We have just learned that the map that will be coming on up will be split, so we do actually get to see it before its rework comes out.
I do apologize, I was muted again. I do think, as Sam mentioned previously in the evening, you know, it has been very much a map that a lot of people avoid occasionally. It can be a little bit one-sided at times. For defenders, I think it's polite and correct to say that it is a little bit defender-sided. I also think, you know, if you've got some sneaky jet mains lying around your team, that's the perfect playground for them to kind of pop off it at. So I am excited for this. But, you know, again, I have very little data on Team W, and I am excited to see how they play. I think that that's going to be quite an interesting one. They did have an incredibly close game earlier, and they've, you know, won one so far. Impact, however, haven't won anything, but I feel like at this point, they definitely should know what their strengths are, and they should definitely go into this playing to their strength. I think they are definitely looking at their experience within esports and within games. I think the way they can nurture their team here is by focusing on that utility use, timing everything perfectly, getting the timing and the utility on fleek. They will be amazing if they manage to, you know, get that down. I think, with Split, it's going to be quite an interesting one. Again, you know, we haven't quite found out just yet who is going to be starting on attack or defense. I believe we might be getting that shortly, so that's going to be probably given to us very, very soon, and we can kind of make some more clear assumptions as to how we think this is going to go. I genuinely can't make an assumption for this one. I think previously, you know, there's been a lot of data for me to kind of go over and be like, I reckon this is what's going to happen, and then it's happened, and I've been like, cool. But with this one, it's kind of like the black sheep of today, you know. It's the odd one. I don't know how this is going to go. I think both of these teams want to get a win, especially Impact. Impact want to get this win so badly. If they can even things up with Team W, we might even see you know, them kind of trying to counter-strike everyone tomorrow, and maybe even pulling it back themselves. It all comes to playing into your strengths, doesn't it, Layla?
It absolutely does, and obviously with Team W, they are very much in the fight for that top 3 position, so it's all to play for in this match, and it looks like both teams are going to be ready to go, so we are prepared to switch on over. It will be obviously the pair of us bringing you the casting for this, so I think without further ado, I think we should get this final match of the day underway.
I think we should. Oh, we're not just yet, I guess.
No, yeah. Okay.
Oh, no,
Oh,
here we go.
go.
Okay, excellent.
There we go.
So, yeah, of course, as we've mentioned previously, we are going to split the almost avoided one for now. I think we see here that Team W will be starting on attack here. So yeah, this is actually leaving shouldn't that say Impact, not Unlucky? I think, sorry, I do believe we've got a bit of a graphical error here. It is meant to be Impact on the left there. I think they are starting on defense, so they have the advantage here. They are the ones that can kind of be like, okay, how are we going to play this? How are we going to structure this? Again, a team that can be very utility focused. Defense is a nice place to start with that, because you can try and monitor your utility towards securing those sites. You know, we're seeing actually a breach and a brimstone being brought. Layla, what do you reckon of that?
Oh my gosh, that's a combo and a half to see from that on the side of the defense as well. That's definitely gonna have a whole lot of utility between the pair of them going out as a result, and very intrigued to see what they're gonna come out with this, because I think we've seen that at all today.
No, not at all. And I think, again, I cannot guess how this is going to go based on this. These are so... Again, this is what I was talking about before, about the creativity that you'll find the kind of ex-Overwatch players bring to the table here. They'll be thinking about the utility. So, again, if any team in this tournament was going to bring a lineup like this, where they are having, you know, an initiator like Breach, and then, you know, a controller like Brimstone, and then sprinkling in, you know, a sentinel, or having two duelists, it's a nice lineup for them to be taking to the table. I'm curious to see how they're going to play this out now.
Certainly are, and the pistol round is going to be underway. Immediately Ghost trying to find a little poke, but not going to find it on this occasion. Remember, it's Impact who are on the left-hand side of your screen going for the defense. Meanwhile, on attack will be Team W, and already we are going to see some shadows coming out, and already the plays are coming out, but it's a trade between the two of them, so pick for pick, 4 versus 4, but the spike, crucially, is going to go down on the point, and we are going to see if Team W can hold this on.
Yeah, indeed, a 4v4 situation. It's not bad going if you got to plant down already. I think it's just kind of a case of run and gun. We're going to see not a lot of utility being used too much, from what I can see. Sorry, my screen's a little bit laggy, but oh, we know there's utility use coming through now. So we are just going to try and see how these teams go for these kills. Oh, a nice little 2k coming through, a 3k from Team W. Attackers therefore winning that round. I do apologize, our stream's a little bit lagging for us right now. Please bear with us while we sort that out. Really well played there by the attackers. A lot of patience holding on to that final end bit there. They were kind of delaying, they were holding their angles, they were waiting for the defenders to almost come to them and make those mistakes.
Yeah, and it proved to be quite nice for them in the end, and we are going to... We're going to blink and you miss it kind of moments there as Team W prepare ourselves for our second point, and it's going to be crucial to see. We're going to see a little frenzy play coming out from the Reyna, so it'll be interesting to see if they can get a nice little pick, and they're definitely playing it a bit aggressive. Wait for the Shadow to hire off first. There's a smoke going to come through with that, and the Sheriff will take out the little turret. And now as they start to make their way through, it looks like it is going to be a heavy on B push. And yep, here they all go, and we are going to see another couple go down as a result. Impact loses 2, make that losers 3. They are going to at least get 1 back at the very least, but it's just the Reyna left who gets stabbed from behind. Nothing that they could do about it, and Team W again with a very quick 2-0 lead.
Yes, indeed. And, you know, so far it's too early to really kind of be talking about how these opening kills and how these plants are impacting the team and whether they're getting the, you know, spike off or not. But thus far, it's, again, as expected, a lot of utility dump coming through, which is quite nice. It's curious to see so far that the attackers have managed to pull through these first 2 rounds, get them in the bag on a relatively defender-sided map. But I think maybe Impact just need a little bit of time to kind of sort out, get their bearings, get the feelers out. Ooh, Team W getting the kill, opening this up. Official Sophie taking down Speed Oka.
Yeah, and the Molly coming out as well. Just keeps everybody on their toes and just dip it in and out of the smokes. Really good time. Make that a double. Make that a triple before finally getting taken down. But what a stand that was.
Spike planted.
Yeah, indeed, it's all down to this Killjoy. You know, I think Killjoy is the best kind of person to have if you want to go for a retake situation, in my opinion. Well, I guess in later game more than early game, but this is the time for her to kind of play very slow, steady, work out what she wants to do, maybe even take the tactical timeout, which I think maybe what she's doing. I don't think she wants to get too aggressive. I think they're just going to try and have a little bit of the space here, just to talk to the team and be like, okay, what are we doing wrong here? Like, how can we make it that we are actually, you know, defending this the way we want to be defending it?
Yeah, I was going to say it's a very, very hard position to find themselves in already, and yeah, they're very much just hiding away in the far corner. Obviously, they are trying to hunt out, but I don't think they'll be able to find them in time, so they'll at least hold on to their weapon and utility for the time being. Finding them just a little... No, I think they realized whereabouts they were, but just could not get to them in time. So with that, Team W are 3-0 up, but obviously just the Killjoy who was able to keep at least some farm utility. They got the shield there as well. So, but again, look at all the rifles already on the side of Team W. They are fully prepared for this.
Yeah, and like, you know, if we look at the scoreboard here, we can see it's relatively well balanced amongst these attackers as well. No one's like standing out that much right now. They are very, very coherent in how they're all collecting these kills at the moment.
And another couple tags just trying to come off, having to do little peeks here and there. But just biding the time here, the bot will start to roll out straight into the cloud. And obviously having to be very careful with that. The ice is going to come up as well, but there isn't really anybody there to really properly be affected by that. And obviously Split is always such a poke-heavy map, but that is going to go against Impact once again. They're dropping 2, 3, they're dropping like flies, unfortunately, and it's just the one left up for them. And Sheriff in hand, well, everybody from Team W is up. You probably feel a flawless might be on the cards, but a headshot or two could change it. It won't. It is going to be a flawless for Team W.
Yeah, I like that little aggression at the end there, really trying to find that last play. I think if I was on the side of Impact right now, I'd be thinking, okay, they do get a little bit aggressive when they think they have the advantage. Perhaps we could work this in our favor. Perhaps we could lure them into a false sense of security around the site somewhere, and then just completely unpile our utility onto them. As I've said previously, Impact are a team who I do expect are quite good at using you know, the agent utility they have. At this point, though, econ-wise, it's getting a little bit tight, isn't it?
It seriously is, and another charge is going to come out, and they're going to have to be incredibly careful here in what they want to do, especially against an ever-aggressive side that is Team W. Grenade coming out, bot rolls out as well, waits for the flash to settle on down before they start to make any further of a move. And look at this, they are already onto the point, free of charge essentially. Omen is going to at least get one down on Impact, and oh my goodness me, wrong place, wrong time, my friend. That was always going to end in a elimination for the good old showstopper.
Yeah, indeed, and I think maybe here Impact may be using the utility a little bit too early, potentially. I can't quite tell just yet. It kind of feels that way, and I think they need to be a little bit more, I was going to say economic about it, but that's probably the most confusing term. Oh, Canty getting that nice pick over. They're going to get immediately traded out here by Sophie, but Sophie themselves are going to get traded there as well. I think that's another win towards TW.
Yeah, TW managed to just about hang on to that. 2 members of Impact surviving this time around, but crucially, it's a 5-0 lead already for Team W, and they are on a roll. Obviously, everybody dying from Team W as a result of that, since obviously the spike going off does indeed take everybody out. So having to full buy up again, but to be fair, they have the funds to be able to do that. Where if you're Impact, it's really starting to look pretty thin for you. It's like, look at the credit comparison. Look at that.
Yeah, but they're going for those. They're still sticking with the kind of more powerful weapons that they can pick here. An interesting thing to point out actually is that the Sage of Team W is actually doing a lot of very heavy support work for her team. I'll touch on this point probably later, but it's just something I want to point out for now to bring back at a later date. We're seeing a little bit of a pushback coming down here.
Yeah, and again, just biding their time and waiting. We've got another couple things flying on in, but that should be another spike planted onto point B. And again, you just look at everybody from Impact. There's 3 already just waited on that point for B, and that is going to be another pick for the side of Team W. It's the Omen who gets 1. Are they going to get themselves a second? Not this time round. They will at least get a trade for that. And in fact, Team W have lost a second as well. So Impact, slowly but surely, are getting there, but they're going to have to move forward quickly.
Well played there by Impact, getting the defuse down on the spike, clutching that out. Really well played, getting that site control so you can do that. This is exactly what I mean. They know what... I want to see more of this coming from Impact now. I want to see more of this. They know how to use their utility. They know what's important here. Again, with their experience, they should know. I did assume they'd play very objective-based. Perhaps they're being too defensive at parts though, and again, I want to touch on Glance here on the Sage, a very strong player. It's not only the kills that she's getting, it's the number of assists here really shows how much that she's benefiting the rest of her team as well. Definitely, in my opinion, a player to watch out for going forward, not only in this match, but I want to see how this plays out throughout the tournament also.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what each of them are going to be able to bring to the table. And again, another bit of a flash coming on out. And Ray's just having to bide the time and wait. Wall is going to come up and immediately shoot it straight down. But another plan is going to come up on the side of Team W. I don't think we're surprised to hear that at this point. And now, again, just focusing on respective checkpoints each. And Rays again gets a twofer. Turns their back at the last second though and does at least get taken out. And slowly but surely, Team W again just keep themselves in play. Although having said that, Rays is going to at least take one of them down. They've got two more to do and the spike.
Yes, indeed. You know what they say about beans? They are good for your heart, and my heart is certainly pounding. Can she clutch this out right now? She seems to be getting a flank off. I don't think they're aware of her positioning. I think she can go for it. Yes, she can. The Omen has disappeared. Can she get this last one? The spike's going to go off, though. Oh, no, I don't think she has time for it. That was such a good attempt. Oh, that was such a good attempt.
It certainly was, and they actually... Yeah, they forced the Omen to go down, and they will at least survive the encounter. They don't get the point, but a really good play there in the end. Able to take out two, but just unfortunately ran out of time towards the end, but massively good showing there. And it does mean that I feel like if Impact can have a moment like that where they can continue to power on through just towards the end, they may still get themselves back into this match. Yes, it's 6-1 and Team W are on a bit of a tear, but anything could still happen as we've seen early on today.
Yeah, indeed, and I think it's also, a majority of these opening picks are going to Team W, so maybe a little bit more passiveness when it comes to Impact as well could help, relying on that utility to kind of keep you a little bit safer, so perhaps you bait out for the post-plant retake.
You will not kill my allies!
And the Rez immediately coming on up, but with that, Team W will take the player advantage once more. But having said that, they are going to lose one of their own, as Togepi is going to unfortunately fall foul to the showstopper. And again, when you're in that corner and the second that rocket comes down, there's nothing you can do about it. It will absolutely ruin your day. And that will be another plan for Team W.
One enemy remaining.
Indeed, and that's, I believe that's 7 plants in a row. I don't think the second round they actually managed to get the plant down, but that's really good objective work from the side of Team W, definitely. Again, it's almost like their aggressiveness and teamwork is really pushing them through, helping them beat this objective, and then it's a little bit of overpeaking coming through from Impact. Again, just a little bit more passiveness maybe would benefit them now. Utilizing utility a little bit more than the gunfights, but again, we've seen some quite a large amount of aggression coming from Team W. I don't know if anyone else clocked it before, but there's some insane pre-fires coming through and like very much aggro bullet spam situations, which I personally stand. I know it's a bit sloppy and lazy at times, but I think just go for it, get those kills, get that bread.
I mean, if it works, it works. You take the moments where they can, and Team W are going to actually lose the first exchange this time round. And, well, Reyna doesn't like that one bit. We're going to see another turret placement up, and Team W are going to lose 2 from this fight. So already Impact starting off much better. They will finally lose 1 to against the Killjoy. Both of them still having their respective Killjoys, but again, we're going to see a rotation, I think, coming on through, and I think Team B, Point B, is going to be the play by the looks of it. Smokes are going to come up, though, and Reyna is waiting for them now. Who's going to make the first move? In fact, the wall actually helped them! The wall from Sage inadvertently helped them, and that is their downfall. Team W may actually concede this point here. There is the spike, and Sophie knows they have to make a move. They can't make it, and that was unfortunate for Team W.
Yes, indeed, and you know, again, it's another round in the pack for Impact now, which is really good going for them. You know, really kind of holding their own. It's getting a little bit spooky. They're still a little bit behind Team W in terms of these rounds, and you know, it's again, because this is a relatively defend-decided map for a majority of the times, it can be a little bit. I wouldn't really say worrying that they're kind of not doing as well in the defense. I just think maybe they need to iron out the kinks a little bit more, you know? I think regardless of how they end up doing this weekend, I think it's still really good experience, and they should definitely, you know, come back, rebuild, and you know, keep going with it, because I think this is a very nice lineup we're seeing from Impact, and also Team W, to be fair, as well.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you know, as they say, live and learn, hang on the edge of tomorrow, as we are going to start pushing on over to point B once more. The ice wall is already up. I'm going to see Grenade go out as well, and the ice up on towards the point, but that is not going to slow down this assault at all. In fact, the Killjoy ult also going to go up as well. Spike once again on to the point, but again, no kills at all. So again, Team W not afraid to just go straight on in for it. And again, looking to see if they can get any purchase of it. The big strike is coming up as well, the big old breach, but nothing. Again, no purchase on any of the ult. In fact, everybody is just firing on left, right, and center here. And finally, we are going to see some of the Impact go down. Team W also look for a casualty, and it's just absolute chaos in the middle of point B. And at the end of it all, Team W managed to take that. What a frantic point that was.
Again, it's this idea that we've seen so many times tonight, and I really love seeing it, is getting the spike down as priority, and then the frag fest happens. I love to see it. Give me that. Clip it, ship it, and send it straight to my house. I also just want to point out quickly, this is a little bit off topic, but I just love the name Beans. Like, this is like, it's been tickling me this entire time. I love it. Beans. Like, it's incredible. Beans, you've got a special place in my heart. I love it. Like, incredible.
Well, we're going to put those beans to one side. It is 8 points to 2 for Team W, and they were being a bit hesitant about going forward with the point A push. They are still there and considering it. They are going to finally slowly move on through the smokes, and in fact, I think pretty much everybody is going to be here for this encounter. So, Grenade from Ray's going to bounce it off the wall and not really get any proper purchase, but it does force them back and immediately catches two of them on the back foot. So, a good start from Team W. They are going to lose the Rays at the very least. And another eye coming on out. It slows this down. Well, I say it slows it down. It really doesn't, because Team W are already up and immediately pointed it right at the zone.
Yeah, Spike is down, 3v3 situation. It's a little bit spooky for defenders. Ooh, especially now the glance has taken the head off of Togepi. So again, it's narrowed it down to a 3v2. Can they get this Spike off? Sophie holding this very aggressively as the defenders start to make their way back. They're going to use a little bit of utility to try and push her back. And she peeks. And she goes to skills. Yes, she gets one. And she gets two. That's it. Team W taking another attacking win.
Holding it aggressively, but that is literally the point, and well, nothing is just slowing them down in the slightest. 9 points to 2 as we play the point before the end of the first half, and Impact have it all to do here, and there's it's going to be a pretty hard one to come back from, but it's never over until it's over, and it looks like they are gearing for another point B push, our Team W, but what can Impact do from here?
Yes, indeed. You know, they're going to have to pull something out the bag massively, you know, when it comes to their attacking rounds themselves. Team W starting this off with a nice little pick onto Speedo, because that's Rainer down. That's a lot of useful utility and a lot of useful fragging potential off the board.
And yeah, you can immediately see that Impact had to really bail on that front there, like the second everything started coming on forward, but they did lose one in the process as well, so it's a 5-3 advantage for Team W, who, no surprise, is getting another plant, and that is a double kill from Sophie once again, and unfortunately, wrong time to press for the reload, and that is going to be a flawless for Team W. along with that spike. It is 10 points to 2 as we finally switch sides.
Yes, indeed. And Gladflorts and Sophie, as the scoreboard clearly dictates, all on 13 kills each. You know, there's some really nice plays coming through from, you know, these players. And it's not even like, you know, I would say it's not like we expected it, because I think sometimes you expect the duelists to be doing the majority of the heavy work, but the way that these two teams have been doing their composition for these lineups, it's I didn't know who was really going to be shining through as an individual gunner, and evidently it's quite well balanced for them, and they're doing a really good job of, again, not only getting those kills, but it's getting the plant down. They have been so consistent at getting this plant down most of the attacking rounds they had, and I'm wondering how their defense is going to go.
Well, we are about to find out as the second pistol round of the game begins. We already had a wall and a stun go up. We also got the smoke up as well, as Omen quickly hops on to the ropes, just switches themselves around a little bit. Everyone's a little bit scattered, but it does look like the push is going to be coming towards that mid, but we still don't know which way they want to take this yet. It looks like it is going to be for point B, and the Ghost of Raze is waiting, biding their time. They're just going to back it up just a little bit, just thought that everybody from the group is pretty much dead, which, to be fair, they are, and in fact, they're actually going towards A now, it seems.
Yeah, indeed, it's going to be... Oh, we know. They're having to think about it. They're changing their mind. They're going back to B.
Oh my god.
Caster's curse. But, you know, majority of them, there's very little, you know, woman count on the B spot now, so perhaps they could get this sneaky spike down where they want it. They're going to put it in the very corner of sight. It's going down. The alarm bot has been triggered. The defenders are going to have to really make their utility work now. Oh, denied!
They're holding on nicely, though, and that is going to be another rinse through with the Classic as well. So it's a 2v2 situation. The spike actually hasn't been planted yet, and Killjoy again looking the wrong way. The plant will finally happen, but they are the last ones up, and one tap will do it. And Omen will get the defuse on that, and Team W will win this pistol round as well.
Incredible clutch coming through there. Incredible clutch. Again, though, looking a little bit uncomfortable for Impact. They are just 2 rounds away from winning. So at this point, they really have to, you know, put their noggins together and be like, okay, come on, how can we prevent any more rounds being like handed to them? Perhaps now is the time for us to go for a utility dump and rush. I'm feeling bad for them.
They're doing their best. Of that, there is no doubt. And the fact that I did at least get a couple points on the board definitely shows. I mean, to be fair, they're having some really decent encounters as well. It's just, unfortunately, Team W are a very solid lineup. And again, the spray coming on out. It's going to be first casualty on the side of Impact again, as they slowly make their way on to point A. They will actually at least take out one of them. But again, it's already a 4-2. The plant will go down. And actually, Raze runs right into that. So they were not ready for it in the slightest. It is just the Reyna left. It's a 3v1. What can they do? They trade with the Sage. That's the last thing they needed.
Yeah, indeed. It's unfortunate loss of a round there from Impact. But I do want to point out their attacking round so far, they have planted every single time. And yes, the first round it was denied slightly, but they still got it down. Again, you do expect that for teams with the experience that they have. You do expect they're going to be very objective focused. I think it's just coming down to them just getting pinched a little bit in parts. I think the level of team play coming through from Team W in terms of how they're actually pinching individual people is quite interesting. People definitely getting caught a little bit off guard. Again, this could be the last round.
Very well be. There's a lot of match points in it for Team W, and again, spraying into the smoke. We get the wall up as well over towards the middle area, and again, all of the utility pretty much deployed up on B already, as you would probably expect it to be so. So it's really just a case of, again, Impact are split up as well. So really just all of them trying to figure out where they actually want to take this here. We've got two people over at A, and we're actually going to see a casualty on Team W. So Impact do actually win out the first exchange, but can they crucially keep this momentum going and maybe get themselves a third point on this board? Again, look at the rotation. The spike is over at A. What are they all going to do? It looks like they're all tunneling back down. They're still undecided about where they want to go.
Indeed, but it looks like the defenders are expecting them to go to A, so they're on that kill. They're being very much aware that there's now going to be a B rush, so they're desperately trying to get back to site. Obviously, we are in a 3v5 situation. Impact definitely have the advantage here. Can they hold on to it? Can they get the spike down? Can they win this round?
Well, the Sage is going to go down, and it actually is a 5-2 advantage here. So, and the plant again has happened, but unfortunately, just a slight lapse of judgment there, and they are going to lose out against the opposing Killjoy. So, 4 versus 2, we are going to see another smoke coming on up, and now it is just the Killjoy on the side of Team W. Can Impact win this out? Well, they've taken one, but that is the high ground, and as they say, it's over. I have the high ground.
I haven't seen that film in ages. I want to watch it now. I don't care what people say. I like the prequels, and everyone can fight me for it. But yes, indeed, Impact getting another round in the bag, really good going, holding on to dear life. We do love to see it. Speedoka and Beans both on 12k respectively. But again, on the side of Team W, it's Sophie, Glance, and Flawless doing a majority of these insane aggressive pushes together, and it's mind-blowing, to be honest. Again, I want to see Impact get enough of within the bag. Can they do it? I just want to see a lot of this utility get used, and the spike going down, but then them holding on to that post-plant situation.
Well, we are going to have a Killjoy ult coming on out alongside that smoke as well. So again, you just see Reyna just spraying on up towards this, seeing if they can get any kind of tag at all. But it looks like the answer is going to be no. On this case, the eye is going to go up as well. But so far, no kills on either side of the field. And remember that Impact have to get a move on here, bearing in mind that it is match point for Team W and the wall is still up. The Raze is just waiting, biding their time. Another flash is going to come out, but crucially, it goes the way of Team W. They got 3 kills, make that 4 kills. It's just the Raze, and that is that. The 4th match of the day will go the way of Team W, who take out Impact by 13 points to 3.
13-3 being a really amazing score there. Again, look at this scoreboard. Sophie on 21 kills by the end of it. Flawless also on 15 kills. Glance on 15. Beans on 13. I think, again, I'm quite fond of the name Beans. I'm being a little bit like, oh, Beans right now. But I think the Beans did some really nice plays there. And I do feel for Impact, obviously, that is their 4th loss so far. And if I was kind of in their shoes, I'd be really looking at the kind of running theme here, where it's like, okay, they're getting the spike planted, which is amazing. They're fulfilling that objective, the main objective of the round, getting the spike down. It's then they're getting picked off after that. So then you kind of have to look at it and you have to be like, okay, is it because we're getting the plant down without working out our positioning first and our utility positioning then in order for that spike to be going down safely? Or are we like kind of just tunneling for the plant to go down without any, movement into the right positions we need to be into? Or is it just that their post-plant situation, they're just getting so nervous or something, or they're just not holding the right angles, or they're not communicating who's holding which angle and which utility is going where, that they're just kind of falling apart a little bit. At the same time, Team W, again, when you look at the scoreboard and you look at like the assists, especially from the Sage player, you can see where not only is it the fact that they're getting like a lot of consistent kills together, like the 3 stack at the top, Glance, Flawless, and Sophie. It's the fact that they're getting these double digits kills, but they're also the assists are coming through with each other, so they're going and pinching, they're pushing the same people, they're communicating that well. And again, I think if I was for Impact, don't give up just yet. It's not over till the lady sings, as they say, but I think tomorrow, this gives them a bit of time to kind of be like, okay, this is where we're struggling. It is the post plan. Why are we doing that, as I say? And if they can work that out amongst themselves tonight, I feel confident they can push back tomorrow. But, you know, as from the side of Team W, hats off to them. Amazing job there. Really amazing job. Beautiful teamwork. Beautiful teamwork.
Beautiful teamwork indeed, and with that, it puts Team W 3 wins to 1 at the end of the sessions. And like you say, Impact will end on 0-4. But again, they still may, with the kind of showings that we have been seeing from them, you know, we have definitely seen some pretty decent pushes from them and some decent exchanges that they have been getting. I would like to hope that they will at least score a win tomorrow. But again, that does remain to be seen. And we are slowly reaching the end of day 1 of the Huntress Trials. Grace, have you had yourselves a good time?
I really have. So obviously, for those who don't know, I mostly dabble in Siege. I do both mixed and women's tournaments within that. And this is my first women's Valorant tournament. So it's been a really interesting experience. I think that again, I think with a game like Valorant, it is still very fresh and new. People are still finding their feet with it a little bit, and I think it's very much this idea that work out your strengths within it. And I think it's very obvious with a lot of these team lineups what their strengths are. And I think as soon as they can control that, that is when they are just going to absolutely dominate. And even if you don't do well this weekend, it's still amazing experience. It's comp experience. Keep going for it. Keep pushing for it. Get analysts and coaches if you need to. Don't even be afraid of that. There's always people looking to like try out coaching and doing analysis for people. So that can be really beneficial to players too. It makes you start to think about the game in a different light as well. Again, it's, you know, especially in terms of like things like cost, so kills, objectives. I forgot the rest, but it's again like it's those situations where you kind of once you start looking at the data amongst your teams, that's how you push yourselves further and further. And I think everyone wants to be the best they possibly can at the things they enjoy, surely. So I think we're going to see a lot of that. I don't think that. I don't think there's any teams that have played today where I'm kind of like, why bother? Like, I think it's amazing. Like, I've been so impressed today. And again, I feel really thankful that I was invited to commentate for this, because it is my first female Valorant tournament, and it's making me want to do more Valorant too, which is great.
I'm very happy to hear that. So I'm glad. I will gladly cast with you. Which, to be fair, I will be doing so in 24 hours, because we'll be back at it tomorrow for day 2. So yeah, thank you once again as always, Grace, and it's been great to hear from you, and hopefully you'll look forward to tomorrow as well.
Yes.
And with that being said, that is going to have us done for day 1 of the Huntress Trials. To give you a quick recap as to what has happened today, we've had 4 matches of our round robin set. We've had Bab Bros go against Legals. Legals winning 13 points to 2. That was on Haven. Match 2, easily the closest game of the entire day. Unlucky versus Last Minute. Last Minute making it to 10 points first, but Unlucky with the running back was just beautiful to watch. It was a 13-11 that went in the favor of Unlucky towards the end. That also was played out on Haven. Match number 3, we saw Unlucky again, back-to-back sets for them on stream. They won 13 points to 5 against Bab Bros. A really good showing from both sides. Bab Bros getting more and more into the match as it went on. That one was on Icebox, which was a pleasant surprise. And match 4, which is the match that you just saw, Team W taking on Impact, beating them by 13 points to 3, and that was on Split. It has been a lot of fun from start to finish, and hopefully you have all enjoyed yourselves as well. Do remember that this prize pool, the £2,000 prize pool, has been generously given to us thanks to RixGG, an esports organization founded with the goal of giving players and teams a chance to pursue esports full-time, helping with scouting and offering full contracts, and obviously hosted here on the British Esports channel, British Esports Association, and very much in conjunction with the Women in Esports initiative that we are running here as well. It has been awesome. Thank you all so much for tuning on in. We will be back tomorrow at the same time. It will be 12 noon when we will start our build up for the shenanigans, and we will have 3 matches, and we will crown our top 3 and winners, crucially, of the Huntress Trials. With that being said, I have been TK Layla. Thank you to everybody who's been coming over. Thank you to all the teams who have taken part, and also see a massive shout outs to everybody behind the scenes who have been making sure to run this to the best of their abilities, taking care of as many technical issues and team issues as possible. I cannot thank you all enough. Without further ado, take good care of yourselves. We will see you tomorrow. And until next time, stay fresh.
Hot mess up the east side. Heard about me, it's all lies. If you want, go change your mind, yeah. Don't want to intimidate, but more than just conversate. Don't want it to be too late, yeah. Know that I'm not usually your type. Darling, there's no need to be shy.